I think you got max, maybe.
Welcome to the day 2 of the TLPT circuit main event. We had a total entry of 968 players, and day 2, all the players are in the money with 144 players. Next to me today is, as every day, is Shinhwa. How are you this morning?
Doing very well, Selena. Ready to kick off day 2 of the main. This is what it's all been about, and I kind of texted you this, but what a great tournament to be a part of. First off, an overlay. I mean, what a dream for all the players. You know, almost 1/3 of the pot of the prize pool added to the tournament. So that's extra value right there. And then the beautiful structure, 15% of the field made it into the money by qualifying in one of the 5 flights. And now 1 hour levels, so much poker to play. It's going to be really exciting as we cover the main event today and tomorrow.
Now, what do you think of this tournament? Because it's a 1K buying, and first place finish is going to get 330 times the buying.
Incredible. It's just incredible. I mean, it's really something that can make or break careers. And we're going to rotate feature tables. And our first one, I mean, plenty of careers already having been made. Do recognize Martin Sedlak was on our high roller coverage. Absolute mainstay across the Asia tournament circuit and at TLPT. We'll be introducing you to the other faces along the way. And I really do love this. We did cover day 1C as well, so we covered one day 1 flight on the broadcast, but across day 2, day 3, the final table, really do get a sense of the player pool and usually a couple of faces that go all the way.
Alright, congratulations to our table 766. Mr. Wong get the first ticket for his high roller main event.
Bit of a decision early on. 18k is the ask, and it's a decent chunk of change of Joe's stack, so he's going to let the ace king go. Try to do so facing pocket 6s.
Let's talk about this event having an overlay, right? It's almost kind of short of 550 players, roughly. So, in the past when any tournament with an overlay, the pros really jumping on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that one thing they look forward to. It's just it doesn't matter what they're doing, they would just drop everything. Oh my god, there is an overlay. But this is an amazing overlay. Just because it's, I guess, as a new tour, you want that hype, right? You want that trust in the people running the tournament as well. And by having these amazing guaranteed prize pool, yeah, it's very attractive, to the grinder out there.
Yeah, I'm sure the word will spread, for next time, in the sense that the ambition of the guarantee was just massive. 700k last time around, 1.5 million this time. And it's been amazing to see the 1,000 odd entries or so. Really been fun to see the poker floor buzz every day 1. So I'm sure the word will spread, and knowing some of the organizers, we might even increase the guarantee next time. You just never know. You want to count with the King Jack, but I don't think this is quite callable, with the ask being for a decent portion of the 135k stack. Line level 3k, 6k. Next one will be 8k. And we play down to 16. Is that right, Selena, today?
That is correct. We will play down to 16 players. So a lot of players to get through. And the structure, is still going to be very good today. And what a return on investment. We have Li Dongxu chip leading the final table with Jin D in this current state. I think Marta Sedlec is on our feature table today as well, and he's got quite a nice stack coming to day 2.
Should point out that we had a monster stack emerge in one of the flights from yesterday. 980,000
Oh my goodness.
was the largest bag.
I thought you told me there was one that was like 800 something thousand, and I'm like, oh, nobody's going to be able to surpass that. Which flight was that in? 1E or 1D?
Between 1D and 1E, we got 2 additional stacks that exceeded the 800,000, nearing 30 to 33 starting stacks.
Oh, that
Can you
is
imagine
that
the
is
action along the
crazy.
way?
Wow.
Now we have seen the field already drop down by a few players. Understandable. Usually does happen with people inching into the money. And congratulations to them for doing so. They come in trying to spin it. 6 people. Actually, I just took a look at the counter and 9 people eliminated already.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of short stacks that pretty much, just sneak into the money for day 2. Why not? You're getting, 4x, right? The minimum cash is about 4 million Korean won, and the buy-in being at 1 million. It's gonna cover those buy-ins.
Yeah, so 1.5 is the buy. Well, 1,000 USD, 1.5 million Korean won, give or take.
Yep.
Can I get a count this?
I mean, that's what happens with overlay as well. The minimum payout becomes very favorable.
Oh, we've got player here, Zhou Ti on the dealer button, getting in with ace king suited here, and Marta Sedlec does have a decision to make. He's got pocket 8s, but it is a lot of chips for him to call. The majority of his stack, actually. And let's not forget, he's also got a player behind him with the Jack 10 of hearts. I can't see Jack 10 coming along, but Marta Sedlec will have to worry about the player behind him too, who just flat called. Not a great spot to be in. Probably an easy pickup.
Are we just posturing here? I mean,
Yeah, just kind of like, good to think things through, but easy pickup for ace king there, not having to really go to showdown.
this one seems hefty. 39k added, with the blinds and antes being quite meaningful at the moment. We'll see stacks on our table in a moment, but everybody just about settling in. So I can point out some further details thanks to this Excel sheet in front of me. Actually, 148 players making it to the money. 4 of them were repeats, so they took multiple bites of the apple.
Oh.
So that is why we have 144 players coming in. And we haven't had a chance to discuss this. I don't want to get it wrong, at least in terms of details, but we will be giving away 3 tickets to the high roller. And one of those will be the winner of the main event. And
Oh, that's cool.
2 of them will be somebody from day 2.
Oh, so it will be just like a random draw of some kind, is it?
I believe so.
Ah, that's cool. That's a fun one. Yeah, so I've got a standard poker player story for you. So I'm supposed to present this trophy,
Okay.
to this particular player yesterday and today. Yesterday at 5 a.m. he texted. He's not going to be able to get up and he's not going to make it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Today was booked for 11 a.m.
Okay.
and we finished all the other trophy presentations and we finished around 11:50 and he was still a no-show.
Oops. Did he get back to us?
No, he has not. And, it's just like, your standard poker player who doesn't really care for that kind of, there are recreational players who come out here. it's actually such a cool experience for them to be on the stage, to go through the trophy presentation, to get interviewed, to get that cool like shot of them holding up the trophy, saying the slogan, anybody could be a star. But you know, your actual grinders, they don't care for that stuff. You know, there are interviews where I ask them a question and they'll just goes, yes.
Oh, come on. Come on. Leaving Selena Lynn hanging like that? What are you doing?
And you know, it's about me starting to improvise now, right? And then I'm like, go on to ask the next question. No.
No, I'm
that's
not
it.
on board with this. I'm also now kind of not on board with the man who's missed the trophy twice in a row. Yesterday, I did profess that, you know, you win a trophy at 5 a.m. or whenever the tournament ended. I completely understand wanting to party, wanting to celebrate, not making it in 11 a.m. the next day. But I think today was the day for him to make it. Let's hope he sees you tomorrow. And let's hope the answers get better from the grinders.
The thing is, though, he's got his photo up on one of the banners, right? So I'm pretty sure that he went through the whole trophy presentation last year. So he's probably like, I've got a video, I've got a photo, I know what this is about.
Come on.
Pass.
It's like 20 years from now, you'll want to make sure you remember both the wins.
He might be one of the only player that has won a previous TLPT trophy.
Yeah, that's interesting too. You know, across 4 years of the tour, some legacy may be building, and the trophy is just fantastic. And the trophy for this event is just magnificent. The main event trophy is a sight to behold. Are you ready to lift that beast?
A bit too heavy for me, I think. I was just can you imagine me dropping it and the emerald jewel just falls out onto the
You
ground.
just point the person to it. You're like, pick that up. Don't hand it to them.
Oh, got player Jin D on the hijack, raising up with the king 10. Dealer button Li Dongshu. It's not going to go anywhere with that queen jack. Comes along for a call.
These are the two biggest stacks on our table.
Martin Sedlak with the 5 deuce of diamonds in the big blind. Maybe looking to complete 3 players to the flop. No, he does not. Four 8-8 flop. Jin D with a stab. Going for a stab on this flop as a pre-flop raiser.
Alright, attention to all the TLPT players. Starting at QP, we have a 3-row TLPT.
Oh, look at this.
Set play. And we guarantee
Coming along.
for today. And the registration is
Not really too many backdoors. It's more of a float, really, with the intention of stealing on future streets, and this could be one of those cards where you can start stealing. I don't see Jin feeling too comfortable. Yeah, just king 10, 2 overs, not the best kind. He might be ready to let go of the spot if Lee can find a quick bet.
Yeah, I don't mind him going for something sizing around 38k. I think that would be enough to take down this pot at this point uncontested. He's going for maybe a little bit smaller. Is 18k. Maybe with 18k the player might stick around.
With king 10,
Yeah.
it's tough out of position, right? Like, are you expecting your opponent to bomb the river? Or do you see this as one of those, let me bet small in the turn in position, try to get to a cheap showdown. Maybe you can counterattack as well. But like I said, these two are the biggest stacks on the table. Maybe not feeling the need to cause too much damage to each other. So Dongshu
Yeah.
extends his lead.
That's that perfect example of, just being in position post-flop. Your ability to maneuver because your opponent has to act before you do, really, really advantageous, for the player in position.
Yeah, he made it look easy too. Didn't need to commit too many chips to that bluff. Got pretty much the next best hand to fold. Good poker all the way. And mind you, these players are just settling in. Obviously, day 2 means a new table draw, so we're starting the day with them, and we're getting a feel for each other. They might be in it for the long run here, as we do see the field drop down to 128. Did see some discipline from Martin. With the 5 deuce suited in the big, this time queen jack off in the small. Good enough to peel. Looks like we have a bit of a mystery hand coming along from the big blind, 3-way. Dongshu's not going to get too much credit. Late position open as the chip leader. 10-5-3-2 spades. The hands we can see have missed. Could be that the big blind has something. Does check and flow for now. Oh, ace-3 does have something, but bottom pair. We're c-betting into 2 players. 45k in the middle. He's gone for 16k. Do like the sizing, especially on a board like this. Don't need to go too big. A lot of the pressure comes from multiple people being in the pot anyway. For instance, it's tough for Martin to come along with a player behind him. Now we've defended ace-3, we've flopped a 3, and we're getting a pretty good price. So I suppose the temptation is to check call, but note that he has about 100k in his stack. Could get tricky to navigate future streets. Can't feel too happy. Really hoping for a safe turn here. Maybe the board to pair. 6 seems pretty safe as well. And now the crucial point in the hand, Selena. Do we think Lee wants to steal this? And the ace, the best card in the deck for buy. That is an incredible card. Lee thinking he's locked into the winner here. And buy makes aces up. 88k in his stack, 77 in the middle. If he knew what his opponent had, he'd jam it. Shouldn't want to get tricky and check it because the turn went check-check, so doesn't want his opponent to check back something like pocket 8s, king-queen. So we're betting it ourselves, and can Lee avoid disaster by not raising? It's just about the size where Lee might feel like he doesn't want to raise. It's not exactly a blocker, closer to a value bet, 1/3 pot. Yeah, looks like we're just flat calling, which is a great decision as it turns out. You know, you got to feel that you won't get called by worse. If you jam, it'll look so strong. For instance, something like a Jack 10, King 10 in buy shoes that may have played that way. wouldn't exactly be calling. And then, of course, the big blind can have some of the much stronger holdings, the sets and straights on that board. So well played by both. Results in an ascension for buy.
So what is on the schedule for today? I'm curious, because all these players that are lining up for their payouts, they're going to look for something to play.
Yeah, that's right. We are seeing the field go down, and you know, you've cashed, you're here. So question is, what all are you going to be playing? Let's take a look. Obviously, we're looking at main event day 2. We do have some satellites for the high roller. That's a 16,000 buy-in, so about a 1,700 satellite. We do have a deep stack freeze out that begins at 4 p.m. It should be a fun one, about a 600 USD buy-in. And then a side event, the No Limit Hold'em Bounty at 7 p.m. They are sort of focusing on the main event. Obviously, the freeze out deep stack is just really a great tournament, especially for the kinds of players who are maybe coming in as qualifiers to the main event, because they prefer freeze-out structures. And I'll actually prompt you to talk about that. What's been your experience about amateurs and recs and how they view freeze-outs?
I think that it is more beneficial for it to be a freeze-out when it comes to the recreational player. If it's up to the pros, they want to enter as many times as they possibly can, just because they believe in that edge they have on the rest of the field. And if they happen to, say, run like, say, kings into aces, you know, they don't want to just stop their tournament journey right there and then. You know, they want to have another chance at it. You do make the prize pool a bit better by having re-entries as well. I don't know. There's a lot of arguments for and against it. Well, the other argument is freeze-outs will keep the health of the tournament scene. You know, the longevity part of the argument is that, you know, players will have more money for other tournament series and so forth. It's not all just being put into, you know, re-entries at one particular series.
Oh, watch this. We've taken the ace-4 to the streets. Jin D having none of it. The chip leader Lee has been so involved in this orbit that Jin D takes the ace-4 and 4-bets it, and such great timing. Lee was quite out of line with the queen-10 3-bet, but he was spot on. His opponent was quite weak. And we get the fold. Look out for the man under the gun +1, Jin D in seat 1. Making moves. And with that, climbs up to the top of the chip count. I mean, you gotta look up someone's Hendon mob after they pull the old ace-4 off 4-bet, and to my utter surprise, it's $3,000 in live earnings.
2,000?
Yeah, 3,000. And 3,000 came from the opening event.
Oh, like the first
oh,
series?
pardon me. It came from the main event last year.
Oh, okay. So the same TLPT series, is it?
And he's cashed this main event.
Oh, nice.
What
Yeah.
a great Hendon mob. A fantastic record. Back-to-back TLPT main events.
See, that's the thing, because if I was looking up the players on my table and that's the result I see of the player in seat 1, right? I believe him. You know, I believe he has a really good holding.
You know what? That's a great point, because with the seat draw, it is possible that the players looked each other up. And the queen-10 3-bet, it could be he's using his chip stack, getting out of line in general. But it could be that he looked up people's Hendon mob and was targeting that player in particular. And meanwhile, Jin was like, here you go, 4-bet. Well, he's at it again, this time with a real hand. Standard open, +2 this time, pocket sevens. Pretty comfortable flop for sevens. I do wonder when I see moves like this, particularly with the ace-4, you know, a bit of a solver move right there. Perfect use of blockers. Obviously, great understanding of game flow. Where are they getting all the coaching and the experience from? Because that one is tough to do by intuition. Wow, we're just going after the chip leader on the table. Actually, he's no longer the chip leader, and we've check-raised the Queen-8 on the Jack-Jack-5. Once again, I will say, very solver approved. You know, the hand selection, very backdoor friendly. Lee has too much of a hand, so he's going to come along with the pocket sevens. And that's not exactly a backdoor, but a bit of a scare card for the sevens. King of spades.
So, Vida, you're telling me these players are running solvers, are they?
It's more a question for you, Selena. What are they doing? Is there an online ecosystem that they're just getting, like, becoming ninjas at?
Well, because I didn't think this field of players is capable of making these moves. I'm sorry, am I wrong?
Well, you never know with names sometimes, but did just look up Zhao and Hendon Mob as well. 10,000 in live earnings. So, to your point, it's not what I would expect either.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we were watching a high roller tournament, I can see, you know, the pros pulling moves like this, but this is a 1K, you know, like, I don't know. I'm very surprised.
I love it, you know, thinking back to Zhao on our table yesterday, the mystery bounty coverage, like, aggression seems to have spread as a piece of software to play poker, and we're just seeing a ton of good aggression. Well, in this case, the Queen-8 will have to reveal the manifestation of that aggression on the flop, and no doubt the table and Lee will take note as he does scoop the 40K. I'll certainly be reevaluating my estimation of playing styles from poker players in China by the end of this main event and by the end of the series. That being said, I should mention China, certainly not the only nationality in the field. In fact, the outright chip leader in the tournament coming in, nearly 1 million chips, was from Taiwan. Japan in the mix was 4th in chips. Do have Martin Sedlak on our table. From Germany, do spot the US, Singapore. Couple of Aussies. Joshua Gabisa did qualify in one of the early flights. Somebody from Mongolia did make it to the field. Not Batsuk, who we had on our table yesterday. Yeah, no fancy moves needed with the Queen and suited. Let's just come along and see a flop with a big blind discount. Not what you want to see with Queen 9. Lee spot for the taking. Yishuang boasting a much mightier hand and mob than the ones we just discussed, including his last cash at TLPT 2025, the super high roller main event. Did cash for 30k, which I believe was the min.
Sorry?
We'll try once more. Shuang and Wall back to back. Ace 3 suited, opening it up. This one might just go through. So yes, Lena, as you mentioned, minimum payout. Quite hefty to begin with. It's quite standard these days to have 1.5x to 2x in a tournament, especially as you're looking to make, you know, the payout top heavy for that big first place payout. And here we are, thanks to the overlay. 1.1k, 1100 USD buy-in, about 1.5 million Korean won. And 2.7k is the minimum payout. Everybody's locked up. The old 2.5x return. Well, it's the third hand in a row we're opening this time. Do have a premium in the form of ace-jack suited, but the table will be taking notice. No one has anything to fight back with till the blinds. And I often think this is one aspect of watching cards up coverage that I really do think makes me a slightly better poker player, is that you realize the frequencies with which players actually pick up hands. It's kind of hard to pick up a hand. That's one of the values of aggression. We did see Li Shuang open 3 times in a row, but you know, nobody has anything to fight back with.
Yeah, it was quite different to our first stream table, where there was a lot of big pairs out there. There was a lot of action. Everybody was picking up hands. You know, this is the more standard that I'm used to.
Yeah, that was definitely a gift from the poker gods to kick off our coverage. If somebody did not have 10s plus, I was amazed. Both
Martin
of us.
Silic, just talking about big pairs.
There you go. You manifested it. I blame you somehow.
Pocket queens under the gun.
An ace queen suited. Wow, we really jinxed it.
What did we just do? A more interesting hand to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've gone with a 3-bet. Really defining ranges here, and ace-10 can fold quite easily, but bad news in the form of 1 ace gone. There's another ace gone. Oh my word, we're going to be in rough shape once the outs get revealed. But the question is, do we get to the point where we need outs, or does Martin just try to end proceedings pre-flop itself? Stack size is a bit awkward, about 22 bigs left behind for Martin. Not much we can do except get it in if we're going to be 4-betting. Yeah, he's happy to get it in. Wouldn't mind if he's flipping and ideally gets pocket jacks to put the rest in there. And now, really tough spot with the ace queen suited. I mean, you can just see why, right? Martin could be doing this with pocket jacks in particular. We would be flipping. However, you're always worried about being dominated by ace king. Queens is quite a nightmare scenario as well. Look at the equity. 20% thanks to the two folded aces. I mean, this is almost like an underpair, overpair situation in the form of equity because we do account for the folded cards.
Well, the thing is, if I am to think back of the hand I'm most... Like the hand that I've most frequently bust out of tournaments with pre-flop is ace-queen.
Okay. Suited or you don't count that differently?
Doesn't really matter. But that is the one hand that, has fared very, very bad for me. Especially in the last 2 times of the tournaments. I was actually up against pocket nines both time. And both time I was on the wrong side of it. So ace-queen to me is like that, oh, not again kind of hand.
And this is for about 70% of his remaining chips. It's not a small ask by any means. Early on here in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that it's so tough because you've gone for a 3-bet. You know, there is a lot of players who argue for maybe just a flat call with ace-queen. Pre-flop. It is a tough decision for this player to be making right now.
Could see it going either way. There's no doubt that he's leaning more towards the fold, but the pot odds must be tempting. That being said, he comes to the right decision in the sense that he was up against about the worst hand he would want to be up against, and we preserve 155k. Pretty decent stack at this stage. 25 bigs, I believe.
Big pat on the back for him. I think it's really, the best outcome he could have asked for.
They just don't two tiny stacks there, Selena. Well under 10 bigs. We have been noticing the numbers tick down on the outer tables, but Darren and Chun on our table, very much at risk, 6 and 7.7 BB. There's the ace-queen again. And there's another ace-queen. First off, our little snide remark about the emergence of premiums seem to have created way too many of them. And now we have a battle between the big stacks on the table. The big yes stacks on the table, mind you, these two starting off with pretty much exactly 40 big blinds. These two also faced off in the ace-4, queen-10 hand, let's not forget. And Jin D did 4-bet with the ace-4. This time he has the premium. Would he feel like this is the opportunity to sort of balance that bluff that he made with a real hand this time? I like it. He doesn't get carried away. It's a good decision considering their stack size. But now, the pre-flop aggression is with Lee. And there we go. 9 high flop, monotone. And Lee might be in the right position to steal the spot from the same hand. It's gone check. So the pre-flop aggression doesn't mean much anymore. Now it's a question of who wants it more. Based on the 4-bet, Jin seems to always want it more, and there we see a tiny stab. Oh, pardon me, that's not tiny. The orange chip. 25k, so 35, half pot. And Lee quickly calling. These two feel like they have some history already. 4th club on the board.
Well, is he gonna keep betting that river? It's tough because you kind of have to think, what does Lee have to call? I mean, a lot of times it could be a club in his hand. But that's not going to stop Jin D here. He is reaching for chips, and he's making a significant bet.
Oh my, he's put in half his stack, and this will definitely get the job done. Selena, have you ever heard of the Clarkmeister theorem? It's this tongue-in-cheek theorem, is a ironic word, but basically it says if you're on the river and you're first to act, and it comes a 4th of the same suit, always fire.
Huh.
Jin living up to it.
This is a term?
It's one of those cheeky concepts. You know, there's these theorems in poker, like there's one called Zebo's theorem, nobody ever folds a full house. There's one called Beluga theorem, that if you get check raise on the turn, top pair is never good. And one of them is called Clarkmeister theorem, and we're seeing it being implemented right now.
Man, I'm learning something new, and I didn't think I could.
That's what I'm here for. You know,
Wow,
all
that is very interesting.
They're obviously, like I said, not meant to be true all the time, which is why the word theorem is a bit of a misnomer. But yeah, I mean, the principle applies, right? On a 4-flush board, you know, the first to make the aggressive action, the odds are certainly in their favor to get a fold. In this case, credit to Jin, by the way. Getting the same hand to fold, obviously a very tricky board to navigate. But he doesn't know what his opponent had, and so he just took it to the streets on the turn in the river. Massive bets.
Yeah, because if I was to guess, with that pre-flop action, technically his opponent has advantage.
And the check back on the flop could have signaled a club as well. So for him to find the bet on the river, just not afraid to put in half his stack.
I guess that's also why, you know, a lot of pros, regardless of whether or not they've connected with the flop, they're always going to c-bet. So if maybe on the flop there was a c-bet, things would have turned out differently.
And maybe I'm reading into it too much, but, you know, we did just see Lee Dong-shu get check-raised with the Queen 8 on the Jack-Jack X board. And maybe he thought he's getting check-raised a bit too often. He wants to maybe not be in a tough spot. He ended up in the toughest spot of all and folding the chop. Really cannot blame him. Limp pot, small versus big, and it's a bit of an action board. Top pair, v middle pair, and open ender. Oh, Selena, look what I just spotted off the corner of my eye. My favorite hat in the world, Mystery Bounty winner, rocking the crystal bucket hat that we saw on the stream all of yesterday, Xiaoyan.
I don't know if you can pull it off like she does.
Yeah, I know. Hurts to hear it still, though.
I did catch an interview with her at the trophy presentation, and I, you know, said she played really well, really aggressive, at the right time and so forth. And she said that she felt like she had a real advantage post-flop against her opponent. And even when she lost that hand with ace-king versus ace-5, she still believed that she could win the tournament from there on. And yeah, she just kind of like played her game and eventually, came out on top.
That's amazing. And you know what it showed? Like thinking back to when she folded king-queen facing a huge jam, but one that had become quite common.
Yeah, I guess that's one of those cases where she kind of felt like she had so much of a post-flop edge. She just did not want to commit pre-flop like that.
Very cool. I'd actually spotted her earlier in the day not wearing the crystal hat, and I was a bit disappointed. I'm very excited to see it come back. Very nice value bet here by Martin. Look at the sizing, 30 into about 40. Bai is considering his options with middle pair. He's bet this big despite the third heart coming on the river. Goes to show the years of experience. Not worried about monsters in the closet. Not putting his opponent on a flush precisely. Wants to extract two streets properly. Oh, it looks like we're calling it off. By recognizing that he got slightly owned in the form of the huge value bet on the river. Cannot blame the call. Decently strong middle pair. Good bluff catcher. And after all, the pot was limped pre-flop. Lee, we definitely know, will be participating with the ace-2 suited, considering he's done so from earlier positions. Two short stacks on our table still hanging around. Chun Liang, Darren Oe. And after posting, left with just 5 bigs and change. Yeah, we're getting it in. We don't know what the hand is yet, but it's getting called. Let's flip him over, gents. I think I see 2 paint cards. Okay, Jack 10. About the same result. Bit of a soft flip, as the graphics will no doubt adjust. 38-62. Okay, let's call it 60-40. The old 60-40. Ten or a jack to stay in this main event. 4 outs going twice now. That board does help in the form of a club. But the 5 of spades means we will lose Chen from the table. GG. Well done on the cash. 2.7k.
Got quite a line building here. People collecting their cash out. Oh, you see that Power Korea one? Just getting ready.
Oh, yeah. Cold hard cash to the extent people want it in cash. Yeah, I should mention all buy-ins and cash outs are in Korean won. So 4.1 and a very minor page jump coming to 4.2 right about now.
And then they walk straight over to the registration desk.
Yeah, you got to. Although to your point, there was a bit of a break today in the form of programming. Let these players relax a bit, get some lunch, and then 4 p.m. we have the freeze out. Unless they want to participate in the high roller satellite. It's guaranteeing at least 3 tickets. 1,700 USD buy-in, which is pretty much exactly the profit they've made on the main event. And you can parlay that into the $16,000 ticket to what is going to be an incredible high roller main.
I mean, 4 million Korean won from a free roll as a minimum cash. Not bad at all.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of those in the field. In fact, I would love to do some research over the course of the day about how many of our day 2 survivors have come in as the online qualifiers from AA Poker. Suited jack on the button. Good enough to open. 2.5x, mind you. We've gone on the bigger side. Does disincentivize Jia to even consider the queen 6. So only the one tiny stack of Darren on the table, and we will have a new player join us as well. You know, often when you're moved, you're kind of annoyed, especially here on day 2. You're trying to get to know the people you're playing with, get some reads. But in this case, when you're tapped on the shoulder, said you have to move, given a tray, but then told you're moving to the feature table, that's got to make up for it, right?
Yeah, I think moving from a table is one of the more annoying things. But if your image is terrible on that particular table, moving the table is not too bad then in that case.
That's a good point. It's like going to college and reinventing yourself. You get to choose who you are once again.
Yeah, you can name yourself McLovin, right?
Okay. Nice pull there, Selena. We are both showing our millennial cards a little bit with the super bad references, but still. I mean, you had that moving experience when you were, did you say 10 years old?
Yeah, 10 years old. But my English wasn't good enough to give myself a cool nickname, you know. Jin D here, big blind, finds the pocket aces now as the chip leader on our table.
He's been super active.
That's great to pick up pocket aces when you've been more aggro on the table. It's going for a 3-bet. Makes it 32k. The only thing is that his opponent does not have that many chips behind. And that is the same player who had the ace-queen earlier, which had to fold against Martin Sedlak's pocket queens too. So it is annoying because you're just like, oh, you know, every time I'm putting chips into the pot, seems like, you know, I have to give up pre-flop, which is an annoying day of poker.
Yeah, did just take a hit to his stack as well, calling off the middle pair against Martin, but does find the right fold here. So yeah, rough go of it on day 2 for Bai so far. That being said, has about 16 bigs. Needs to find the patience, the resilience, slowly chip his way back up. This is so much of what day 2 of a tournament tests you on. Need to stay sharp and focused, not convince yourself that the world is against you. Just a little bit of a hiccup, a little bit of variance.
It is quite interesting that me being away from home, my daughter still does online one-on-one Chinese lessons because, you know, living in Australia, you're not going to get that exposure. And when it comes to tech and having to describe to my parents how to work the iPad.
Oh no.
I know, it's it's an absolute nightmare at times. It's something that's so intuitive for us, you know, it just makes no sense to them. And then I'm just like trying to like really be like, have you ever seen those ones where I think people call up tech support?
Yeah.
And then they're just like, oh, you know, use your mouse, double click on, like, you know, drag it here, drag it. Like, they have no idea what to do.
There's one I saw, I think the show is called the IT Crowd, where it kind of mocks like IT and tech support. And the guy giving the support gets frustrated and says, "Excuse me, sir, are you from the past? Turn it off and turn it on again." But listen, very soon your daughter will feel that way about you when you
Yeah.
can't talk to our AI overlords in the right way. Gotta
Man.
have some empathy.
Randy already feels that way about me.
Right?
Yeah, he's like, what are you doing? Like, how do you not know what to do? Right. I mean, you know, I know the basics, but when it comes to like, you know, like the other day, I think I was making a post on Instagram and he's like, okay, so you click on the link tab, then you put the link within the thing and then you put down what you want it to read, not just chuck the link onto the post,
Right.
like the whole link.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh,
This is like magic.
yeah, it's like magic. It's yeah, definitely a bit of a learning curve.
I will say I don't think technology caters to boomers enough. You know, you got to simplify. They're going for the majority of their user base, I imagine, but you know, make some buttons a bit bigger. Make some things more obvious if you can. Okay, we are describing what is often considered a nightmare, but hopefully that goes well. Do you and your daughter have Chinese names as well?
Yes, we do.
So what is yours?
It's actually Lin Pei Fei. And yes, quite different to Selena. Knowing I guess go Selena's like stage name, right? And yeah, my daughter's one means happy. So
Nice.
Yeah. Under the gun, King Queen of Clubs, raising up to 13k. Jin D on the button with the Queen Jack. Has he kind of just really turned up the aggression?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the ace-4 4-bet. Does find the aces and get the fold now.
Oh,
Taking the queen-jack suited, 3-betting, and Darren is the shortest stack. I mean, we're going with this. I know we don't love the cold 3-bet, but it's actually more, let's not call it dead money, but let's just say more opportunity to essentially quadruple up. Oh, we're using a time bank? Darren, please don't fold this. That is a very strong hand. Yeah, we're going with it. Just took his time, makes the right decision. Fortunate enough to be up against essentially 2 overs, no matter what happens in this hand. But even if he did fear being up against the overpair, he's actually getting the right odds to just kind of try and find the triple up. In this case, it would be closer to a quadruple up. So now putting the side pot aside, action back on Li Shuang, who so far hasn't faced resistance every time he's been involved. And could be reading into that in the form of this 3-bet. So does call with a dominating hand. So I believe the side pot will be 60k or so. Ace, ace, 6. 9s are good so far. That ace is a pleasant sight for the 9s. He actually might realize he's likely holding the winner here. No king, queen, or jack. And we will have the quadruple up. There we go, Darren. will be coming right back into this tournament. And mind you, Li Shuang has the winner for the side pot with a king high. So the side pot has been too small. Not exactly a dry side pot, but not enough for Jin to bet at it. Just takes the showdown with the queen high, and the king queen will take it down. And Darren up to 10 bigs.
Showing that 3-bet with the queen jack can't be good for his image on the feature table. Might have to tighten up his ranges just a little bit.
Had to show because of the all-in situation there. That might be why he did not take a stab also, maybe.
Yeah.
Did not want to have to reveal his hand for a tiny side pot.
Yeah, but I feel like he didn't realize he still had to reveal his hand for
In fact, I forgot that too.
Yeah. Because he didn't want to. You know, you could tell his hesitation there. Players are made aware of his light 3-betting ranges. And it is suited, you know. It's not totally out of line. It's not like it was like a Jack 7.
Or the ace 4 with the 4-bet. So now that I told you about these half joke, half real theorems, very curious what you think about my favorite one. Zebo's theorem says nobody ever folds a full house.
Right, so that's why people bomb it.
Yeah, I mean, if
But
you think
where
somebody
does
has a
these
lower
names
full
come
house,
from?
probably somebody who either invented it, maybe it's like the 2+2 ID
Right.
that came up with it back in the day, or Beluga theorem is a good one, right?
Yeah.
'Cause,
Beluga whale?
yeah, Beluga whale. So it just says that if you get check raised on the turn, top pair is no good.
Oh, that is so not true.
Not anymore. Certainly not anymore. Yeah, poker has advanced too much for that to be true.
Oh, okay. See, I actually know these concepts, but I just never knew there was a name attached to it.
Yeah, just these 3 or 4. You know, back in the day, 2+2, for those who don't know, is sort of the Reddit for poker. And it was just so active, and people were just coming up with these fun concepts, and, you know, the word meme wasn't that popular, but they would become memes in the poker world. You know, I'm thinking of one that actually I found out that poker player and commentator Alex Livingston came up with, who's obviously right now currently working with Randy. Old man coffee. Have you ever heard that term? It's this poker player stereotype of somebody who just comes to the casino, drinks his coffee, reads his newspaper at the table, and it's a player profile, right? So what are their ranges going to be? 3-bet means the nuts. Everything else is going to be passive and so on.
Okay.
And it has really become a way to represent that type of a player. It's also a bit of a pejorative and an insult. And turns out Alex Livingston just came up with it. It was just something that he posted on 2+2. And it's still used in the poker world. So you never know.
Just kinda stuck.
Yeah, it just kind of stuck. It was one of like 5 or 6 names he'd come up with. Funny names for player profiles.
Yeah.
So you just never know what sticks around. I have an absolutely crazy piece of trivia on those lines. It's not poker related, but I'll still tell you. Have you ever heard the term bucket list? I'm guessing you have.
Of course.
Do you know it comes from the movie? This Morgan Freeman movie, like 2005 or something.
No, but I thought that term already existed
I
before
know.
the movie.
Everybody feels that way.
Yes.
It did not.
It did not.
A 2007 movie with Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. No, I'm very aware of this movie because I remember seeing the ad for it. But I always thought when they referred to the bucket list, it was always a term that existed prior to the actual movie.
Like at best, you know, here and there in like a passing way, which is how this movie sort of came up with it. But you and I would not have heard this term before this movie. It's just one of those crazy stories.
Yes, I did not know this term before the movie, but I just thought it was a term that existed and I just didn't know about it. So you're telling me
they pretty
it
much
made popular,
invented it. Yeah.
Do you have a bucket list?
That's a great question. winning a main event.
Okay. That's all right, right? That's not like, oh, is that harder than winning a bracelet?
Yeah, like a proper main event. 1,000 entries. Many bracelet events get like 100 entries, 200 entries.
Right, especially if you learn the mixed game.
Yeah, like 25k mixed games.
Yeah, you're doing that right now, right?
It's all about hacking the system. But I want to win a main event. One of these remaining 120 players or so are going to achieve something on my bucket list.
Yeah, it's going to be a really significant career earnings to be added to really almost any player in this field. What kind of resume does Martin Sedlak have? He would be pretty significant, right?
Yeah, he is just an absolute machine.
What are we saying?
1.3 million on his
1.3 million? Yep.
Yeah, an absolute mainstay amongst the Asian circuits, as I mentioned, including the high rollers. Just feels like somebody who, just comes to the office, does his job, forever unfazed by whatever happens at the table. We saw him exit out of the money in our high roller 5-spot spade, so he did make the final table, but not the money.
Oh, it is that thing that we call desensitization.
Right.
Especially if, he's probably looked like to me an online grinder as well, right? If you're a standard MTT grinder online, you're used to busting 20 tournaments a day. The only difference is that a live tournament, the amount of timing invested seems so much more because it's not like you can really multi-table. You are spending, in his case, maybe he shot quite a few bullets to make day 2, right? So he could be sitting on the poker table for 3 full days before making the day 2 of this main event. Darren Oy here with the goods, 60k behind. So probably just looking to just get this hand in with a shove. More likely to also get called. People shove all their marginal holdings with less than 10 big blinds. So you kind of want to...
That seems likely. Looks like we're going to be up to 10 bigs again.
Do you feel like some of the players want that extra screen time? Like the camera time? You know? Just
why not?
King Deuce, I don't know what I'm thinking about, but yeah, just a few seconds. Just getting my money's worth, right? You feel like, how often you're going to be on a feature table. You want to really, really absorb that feeling of, kind of being in the limelight.
Think about it this way. If you just sit still and even pretend to think for a while, the camera's on you. That's a great screenshot. That's like a photograph.
Yeah.
You're posing, essentially.
And the quality of the stream have actually really improved because I actually worked on the TLPT stream last year, and just how clear the stream is today as opposed to last time we were streaming. It's really, really nice. Like, it's always improving, and me as a commentator and as a presenter is also looking to improve always.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just world class. If you look to the right of where we're sitting, the same stream is being displayed on, what is that, like a 400-inch projection, and it's just amazing. There's a reason the poker floor loves looking this direction.
Jing D under the gun +1 with ace jack. Just picks up the blinds and the ante. He's a new addition to the table, is that right? Oh no. Who did we just welcome recently to our table?
I believe that would be
The
Shu
jacket.
Jinmei.
Okay.
It's coming quite short stacked as
short.
well. Yeah, that'd be him. You're right. Now, the green jacket is one of the most common outfits across the board. And you were mentioning I cannot get my hands on one?
No, because you do see what says on that on the shoulder, the patch. It actually says TLPT Team Boss.
What do I need to do to be part of Team Boss? I mean, just the name Team Boss alone.
You might have to be one of the investors of the TLPT. You're ready to put some money into that guaranteed prize pool?
Absolutely. With the overlay? Absolutely.
Ace king here for the dealer button. This time, he's not looking to fold this hand. Doesn't matter how much resistance he's gonna face. By Bo Yen.
Yeah, I like that we're opening off a 10 big blind stab because our hand is just so strong. We don't even mind going post flop with the big blind if it gives us more of a shot to gain some chips. Joe does come along and actually does flop best. I might have to eat my words because we have run up against a pair of sixes and we have 2 overs and a flush draw. This might just lead to the chips finding their way into the middle. $48K in the middle, $60K in buy stack. Love that we went for the small size. We are committed now, of course, and it's going to be a flip. A large chunk of Joe's stack in the middle as well. It's for the survival of buy. Quick prayer to the poker gods. Now is the right time. 168 in the middle. An ace on the turn. Followed by another. Pretty much a flip. Not much either player could do after that flop. But I am noticing how Bai navigated. It actually did prompt me to look up his hand and mob as well, Selena. And very unexpectedly, I'm seeing under $1,000. So, just by the bet sizing, the open, the fact that he c-bet instead of going for an all-in on that board, essentially still trying to extract value from many hands that actually might have given him value. This goes to show there's something else going on. Like, these players are coming in from the online streets. From all my time in the booths, these kind of maneuvers are indicative of a decent amount of poker experience and some study as well. So show's going to be down to, I believe, 3 bigs and change. That's a pretty hand for Li Shang. That's a pretty hand too. It's the spot we've been waiting for. Shu gets the 3-bet jam, ace king off. And just like the ace deuce, Lee will be priced in. Another 60-40 it looks like. Yeah, we need to run with it here. 32k to call, 86 in the middle. Let's see the board. Cards on their backs and shoe at risk.
The 60-40.
No more though.
Not anymore.
That is pleasant. Jack change is nothing. Queen needed. Double up for Shu. He's not going to be one of those dwindling statistics as we look to the top right. 107 remaining. Slow and steady. Working our way down to 16 today. .3 bigs. Certainly likely to be on the chopping block within this orbit. Need a spin up.
So my parents informed me. I think my daughter faked sickness. She does have the sniffles, but it's not as severe as she makes out to be.
Right.
And obviously having her around at home is a lot tougher for my parents. They're in their 70s, right? So I just kind of like apologetically, asked, I hope she's not too much of a handful, because my sister is 12 years younger than me. Okay. So I remember her when she was young and she was such a good kid, right? And I just said, how's my daughter compared to when my sister was younger? And my dad's like, your sister is from Earth. Your daughter is not. She's extraterrestrial.
Love that.
Like next level.
One day Nova will listen to this with pride. I think being mischievous it's like currency when you're that age.
It's about the constant challenges. You know what I mean? She's a very challenging kid. So whatever you tell her to do or whatever, she questions everything and she negotiates on everything. So it's actually so different to the way we were brought up when we were young, where you just don't talk back to your parents. You just do everything they say. That's just kind of like how you're being taught, right? Like you're obedient. But with her, no, I think Rania and I, we never treated her like that. It was always with a lot of respect. So we always wanted her opinion on things. We listened to what she wants to do. We asked her. And my parents always thought that was really weird approach from us, because they're like, why are you asking her? You tell her, right? So it's meant to be predetermined and you tell the kid what to do, right? But that is not how we go about things.
Different mindset,
Very
different generations.
mindset. Yeah, for sure. But I don't mind that, right? I kind of feel like she has so much experience now, knowing what she wants, knowing that she can change someone's mind, knowing she can negotiate. And I think these are kind of the good qualities to have going forward, especially in the world that we live in now, too.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a no-brainer. And also, the world has changed a little bit. I think your parents were maybe right in their own times where, you needed to just protect your kid from putting their finger in the light socket, and that's what you're optimizing for. Quick pickup there from Martin. Getting the better ace to fold, using position and the pre-flop advantage. So we're getting kind of short in terms of average bigs on our table. Certainly not the case across the field. Began the day with an average stack of about 35 bigs. As of course we do see you know, people kind of grind down on the final levels of day one to make it into the money. Things should reach equilibrium as we do get down to those 100-odd players remaining. Just a quick reminder, 220,000 USD up top, 330 million Korean won. Just an astounding amount of about the 1100 USD buy-in. And we're going to play the rush here. Martin Sedlak with ace-king suited. Always nice to have been involved in the previous spot with a weaker holding. Wouldn't mind getting resistance. And that's resistance.
That classic flip is queens versus ace king.
It's coming. Doesn't matter how we go about it. It is coming. 3-bet or jam. Both will get the job done because Martin will certainly come back over the top. There are 4 players to go behind Shu, though. Could pick up something interesting. Yeah, he's just going for all of it. Cut off. Not interested. Button. Tempting, but no thank you. And a same for the blinds, so here we go. El Clasico.
Oh, wow. That seals it.
Well, it doesn't seal it, Selena.
Ace ace?
Yeah, now it does.
Quad queens on that flop. No sweat there.
What a feeling. For Shu, at least.
Now be on the wrong side of that flip. Martin said like with only 10 big blinds left. 11 to be precise. It's, you know, day 2, it's one of those days where you need to win these flips.
Yeah, and, you know, Shu has really spun up. His stack was the shortest stack not too long ago. Now, with 258k, 33 bigs or so, very comfortable.
I think I remember Johnny Chen once said that in his early career where he won one of the WSOP main, he like won 23 flips in a row. Can you imagine that? You know what I mean? So yeah, like you do need Lady Luck to be on your side sometimes for you to take down a tournament. And I think any tournament player who has ever won a main event or any event for that matter, you know, would know that there's a very big possibility at some point they got very lucky.
Yeah, I think recently we saw some videos doing the math on Michael Mizrachi's run, shipping the WSOP main event. And he famously had a few all-ins where he was behind as well. Kings versus Ace-King, I believe he banked. And a couple more here and there. And then, you know, you run the numbers. Just multiply the probabilities of just the all-ins. You're talking about, let's just say 70% here, 40% there, 50% here, 50% there. And you end up with something like a 1%, 2% chance of winning all of them in a row. But that's the thing. That's really any tournament, right? Like, even if you multiply 70%...
Yeah.
times
Over and over
20,
again. Exactly.
Yeah, you'll still end up with a very small number. So nobody denies the role that luck has to play in tournaments. It's just about putting in the volume and putting yourself in the spot to maximize the luck and the run good when it comes your way.
And at the end of the day, someone has to win the tournament. So, yeah, it's, you know, at times it's who runs the best.
I do love this aspect of tournament poker, especially on day 2. We had 144 players come in today. Everybody starts at the same time. And you have to look across the floor and just be like, I will win every chip out there right now. That's my goal. Every chip needs to be mine.
That reminds me of the book. Is it called The Secret?
That's right.
Yeah, where you kind of
Make a
create your
vision
own.
board.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, maybe that's the way. You know, I've certainly heard some poker players journal before a big day 2, big day 3, certainly before an FT. I had a friend recently when a big event, and afterwards he said he woke up, he journaled. He wrote about what it would feel like for him to come home with the trophy.
Oh.
And he did.
There is a term for that, right? What is it called? Like where you envision something and it becomes true?
Yeah, is this from The Secret as well?
Yeah. But they
Sounds-
have a particular term that they use for it. Oh, God, I can't think of it now. But yeah, it's like...
Manifesting?
Yes.
Yeah,
manifesting.
that's
it. That's the word. Yeah. And I've been convinced by like some of my friends. They're like, I do that, and then they would tell me all the things that like they manifested to become true. But at the same time, it just could be like you're more aware of what it is that you want and you're looking for, so that maybe indirectly or subconsciously you actually work towards it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no magic to it in my head. Certainly, you're just sort of focusing up. Now, I have to say, in a tournament, more than any other thing in the world, I would imagine you have to rely a lot more on luck to manifest something, you know, like winning the trophy in my friend's case. But for a lot of things, it's about can you focus on it enough? And I have no doubt manifesting works in that sense. So what am I placing on my vision board so far? Crystal bucket hat, TLPT team boss jacket,
A threesome.
a threesome. Did I mention that?
That is on the the vision board of a lot of my friends
The
in poker.
classic vision board. And, okay. And why don't we add a main event Emerald Trophy to the mix? King 7 suited. Darren once again has bled down a little bit. 7 bigs. I think we can shove this in the cutoff. Might not get a better opportunity. Does go for it. And this is one of the reasons we shove. Fold equity good enough. Lee will fold a better hand in the form of the ace-4. 7-6 also cannot compete. Nice pickup. Darren looked like he was tempted to make a move with his short stack. Jin has been on the quieter side for long enough. He's opened quite loose. Bit of a long range steal in a way, and it's going to work out. 9 deuce for buy. field on the top right hasn't ticked down in a while. It is done manually, to be fair, so I suspect we're approaching the double digits. 60 minutes a level, mind you, so the next level will be preceded by a break. Very playable. Late position. Shu with some newfound chips.
Do you know what the starting stack was for this event?
30k.
30k.
Ace-5 certainly could have taken the spot to 3-bet, and I would have loved to see it, not just because it would have put Li Shuang in a tough bind, but, you know, once you build a stack, that's sort of the goal of a big stack, right, is to have the room to take these spots. I can understand that if you're a bit shorter, you don't want to risk running into top of range. But if you treat a big stack as sort of a mini bankroll, you know, you got to keep taking stabs with a certain portion of it to try and increase it.
$25k bet coming from Lee here with the Queen of Spade. Xu Jingming isn't just going to get out of the way just yet with the Ace-5 of Diamonds, putting the player probably on a draw. And he does have a gut shot on that turn too, and the ace on the river should make him feel a bit better about his Ace-5 hand at this point. Checks over once again to his opponent. Nice big significant pot here, 114k.
Oh my.
Oh. Now that's going to make life quite difficult for Xu Jingmei here, where the opponent has now overbet shoved the river.
What a move. How are these guys finding it?
I'm speechless because I'm really impressed. Like, they're just fearless.
As we do see the field on the top right tick down, updated to 93.
I kind of feel like in Asia, they are literally thinking, what can I represent? And if there is hands they can represent, they're just going with it. And that puzzled look on Xu Jingmei's face, you know, he's thinking it's a whether bluff or he's doing that for value. Like, what kind of hands could he be doing this with?
So funnily enough, we have the blockers in the form of the Queen of Spade, but we're actually representing something we don't even block, right? Because such an overbet on a paired board, I mean, it has to be nut flush and above.
He's kind of going with like full house, possibly representing here.
All he's saying is you can't call with just an ace.
Right.
And he's right.
That
was sick.
Oh man, he muscled his opponent out of that pot real good.
Did mention how he had cashed in the 15k super high roller at TLPT 2025, actually his last live score, and Li Shuang just Putting his chips to work. Approaching 76k on his hand and mob. Has already added to it. And mind you, with the field down to 93, a couple of small pay ladders already achieved. But look out for this, man. If you can pull moves like that and absolutely steal these spots, there's certainly a lot of hope on day 2 for you.
15k, that's USD buying?
Yeah, we don't know how he bought in, to be fair. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, certainly feels on the higher side versus the rest of the live portion of his hand and mob. But, you know, satellites and online entries certainly can be a part of it. Or maybe, you know, you wake up one day and you decide to punt the
Yeah.
15k high roller main.
He is also wearing an AA poker patch as well, which I don't know if I've seen a lot of players wearing a patch at all on this table.
I mean, certainly the last 5 or 6 days of coverage with you, Selena, have made me so bullish about poker players from China, or maybe poker in China in general as well, because, man, like, the study and the training and, on some level, the aggression and intuition is just so impressive, and it's very likely to perform really well in fields across the world. Did have to see Zhou come along with the 3 deuce and the 9. Almost seals the deal. It's down to just about 2 bigs. Felt that he was committed with any holding. And certainly 2 live cards were good enough equity-wise. GG. Paid over the min cash now with those ladders I mentioned. But yeah, I mean, if we think about sort of the cohorts that we've seen on the feature table, extend that to the rest of the field. When these players go into the rest of the Asian circuit, make their way slowly across the world, you know, Europe, the World Series of Poker in Vegas, I mean, these playing styles can certainly rattle some of the players that come to these events.
Yeah, because when I do go to the World Series, I still find the tournament players being on the tighter side of things. And if there's not really a pro on the table, you know, I would say I can pretty much chip up really well, really easily, and just finding a bunch of spots to like 3-bet and get players heads up in your pot and just take it down so easy post flop. But these guys are not going to allow you to do that.
Maybe the Chinese players are the next version of the Europeans from back in the day. Every time you have them on the table, you're just like, oh no.
The Germans,
The Germans, the Norwegians, the Scandinavians. It's just like, oh no. Here we go. Every pot will be a battle. That's so much what the metagame of poker is all about as well, right? It's not so much that you're trying to get value or bluff someone out. You're actually just trying to put them in a difficult spot. If you're putting them in a difficult spot, you're usually playing good poker. Ace-10 opens. Li Shuang has been quite activated recently, and I suspect Martin would have picked up on that and should convert the pocket 7s into the 3-bet jam as he does with under 10 bigs. Pretty standard. And Lee keeps getting into these situations where he's kind of priced in after these opens.
Oh,
Never mind.
that is not looking good.
Don't think we get around to Lee in this one. Chin with pocket queens should isolate. There's Martin's sack, and there's what he might perceive as dead money from Lee. Here we go. Martin knows, barring ace-king, the cold 4-bet is going to spell trouble. Sees the bad news. 15%. Might signal that 1-7 is folded as well. We'll see the outs shortly as we head to the board, and there's a queen. Runner spades needed now, and that is going to be that. GG Martin.
Unfortunate for one of the more accomplished players on our table. Didn't really play anything wrong, but just kind of had unfortunate flip with the queens versus the ace king, and then running sevens into queens.
Yeah, we'll certainly see him in the high roller. Look forward to that. Six-handed temporarily on our table. Back-to-back eliminations.
You said Martin finished second or something last year in high roller, was it? Is it two? Because I think I remember him having some kind of success out here last year.
Can certainly look that up. Wouldn't be surprised.
When you get a taste of the TLPT, it's hard not to come back.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, let's take a look. So you're absolutely right about the second place finish. That was in a 7,500 buy-in.
Oh,
Likely,
the high roller main.
no, that wouldn't be the main. So that's why this field was much smaller. So second place was good for about a 3x. I'm guessing one of the smaller fields. But he did finish 13th in the high roller main as well.
Oh,
And that was
okay.
good for 44,000.
Right. So definitely a good result. Walked away with some dough in his pocket last series for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 3x return on the 15K main, 3x on the 7,500 main. By the way, did cash the circuit main, which at the time was a $500 event as well, came 20th. Great performance. 5,300 for his efforts there. So he got more than a taste of the TLPT last time. No surprise that we saw him join us from the very start of the series here. Yeah, total grinder, as we mentioned. Mainstay in the Asia circuit, as well as the World Series of Poker in Vegas, I believe. We have a 10-4 jam, and Darren is maybe nit-rolling this. Maybe not familiar with the standard ranges here, but the Queen Jack should be a bit of an auto call. Really nice zoom in by the camera team there to really show the pain of the decision. He's going to get the good news once he clicks call, and I certainly hope he does.
I like that hat.
Yeah, that is a really cool hat. By the way, available at the resort. Oh my goodness, have you folded this? No, that is painful. That is painful. Queen Jack, good enough against even the standard jamming ranges, and Jin was going quite wide there.
Yeah, definitely against one of the more aggressive players on this table. I like going in with a hand like that. I can see him shoving with so much worse, and he did. And, you've got less than 10 big blinds. I don't know, it's a perfect spot to call instead of, waiting. But at the same time, there's a lot of players who prefer to shove than just call.
Yeah, they do like the fold equity sometimes. Always tough to be asked for your tournament live. Holding Queen Jack, thinking maybe now that you posted already, you'll use this next orbit to try and get a more favorable situation. Let's hope it works out. He's on the small now. King 7, here we go. Folded to him in the small, which is rare enough. And now we have the easy jam. I know he's jamming this because he did take the spot with King 7 suited from the cutoff. Certainly will be doing so from the small blind. Here we go. Let's see what the big blind picks up. 6 deuce. Just like that, instead of being in a 60-40 situation, gets to pick up the 16K without a showdown. Yeah, that hat, it's about time I picked up a few of these and took them back and distributed them amongst my friends who keep hearing about this mysterious island off the coast of Korea that I keep going to, which is full of oranges and nature.
No, but I love the top of that hat.
Yeah, it's the top of an orange. It's too good.
It's too good. It's so cute.
I'm not sure exactly where in the resort it's available, but I know it is.
I think as you exit the casino, you walk down the escalator.
Yeah, there's a whole shopping area.
Yeah, so most likely you might be able to find it there.
That is one thing that is dangerous about coming to TLPT at Shinhwa World. You know, you ship a big event. There's a lot of places within the resort itself that you can go splurge. All the stores here are appropriately nice as the resort itself. I'll tell you what's most tempting is that they have a place to buy a bit of luggage.
Samsonite.
Yeah, Samsonite.
Yeah.
And you know, I might have some extra kgs on my fare class this time on the way back. So I'm thinking, there's a merch counter, there's some Jeju hats, there's a ton of food, there's a whole ramen library.
G&D with the pocket force on the hijack. Gonna raise up to 16k. So far, picking up just the blinds and antes. That's what you want to see with pocket fours. No resistance. Pretty happy with just picking up blinds and antes. Darren Oi now 9 big blinds. Need to really double up here, as the blinds are going to be catching up to you. 90 left in the field of 968.
Yeah, we're about 10 to 15 minutes away from the break. After which blinds will go up. Small increment though, up to 10k. Certainly not too much for the middling stacks to worry about, but Darren will constantly be having to look for a spot. And how about aces? My goodness, that Jack Queen fold. Not looking too shabby all of a sudden.
Now, because he's in late position now, I actually don't mind him just try to raise it up here without just shoving in. You know, maybe they'll talk his players behind him to make some kind of move against him just because they think that there might be fold equity.
Oh,
He's still going
balanced.
with it. Yep. He's just going to keep it consistent. You know, he could be shoving twos here, any of those small pocket pairs, you know, a lot of ace X hands. So by doing this, you know, we have Li Xuan here picking up pocket twos. If he does think his opponent has a lot of just overcard in his range and less likely an overpair, he might call. Does not go with it.
Yeah, you start wondering if you're just flipping at best, and it doesn't make much sense for the deuces to call it off there. Darren maybe taking the balance a bit too far, certainly with aces in particular. Even though it looks so strong, it is a little more standard to just open. Your hand is a bit face up, but you're also not worried about most flops. You don't mind getting action from the big blind, and maybe the deuces would have been interested, but still, it's a very pleasant pickup, and certainly you feel a little bit happier having looked down at aces.
What do you think of the attire of the raincoat man?
Oh, let me get back to you in a moment, Selena, because look at what's happening here.
Oh, back-to-back hands.
Oh my goodness. And now I guess we stay balanced because queens are much harder to navigate. You don't want to invite action from too many players. Then have about 11 bigs. Yeah, he does stay balanced. Again, I wouldn't have minded the open. Queen's obviously an absolute monster, but now it feels like maybe the whole table will be a little bit sus, but it is hard to wake up with the hand as we were discussing. Ace-9, though, is a hand. It's a real hand. We're six-handed, mind you. So the under-the-gun jam is sort of middle position. You've seen this man jam from the small blind, from the hijack, and now from UTG. But Ace-9 will still let it go. And just like that, we're up to 112k. Darren, after folding the queen, jack, and the big, right back in it.
Oh, he's putting his hat down. But he looked like he just walked out of I Know What You Did Last Summer. Just minus the hook arm.
Wait. Is there an orange hat in it?
No, not seat. Not Darren. I think what would it be? Seat.
Oh, when he had the hood up?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I got you.
The whole fisherman look.
You know, I'm a big movie buff, so I was annoyed with myself for not getting the reference, but now I get it. Are you excited to show your daughter all the movies you've grown up with? You think she would appreciate them?
I love horror.
Oh, you love horror.
I do.
No wonder you reference I Know What You Did Last Summer. Interesting.
Yeah, no, but like I love horror in the forms of like that. I don't consider that as horror.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so more like, have you ever heard of the franchise like The Terrifier?
No, I have not.
Okay, so yeah, like more horror. That's more blood and gore, but like maybe the supernatural, just the stuff that makes you cover your eyes and kind of like watch between, the gaps. Yeah, for me, it's the idea of being safe and warm at home.
And yet...
You're correct, but I wouldn't watch it by myself. So while Randy's away, like I try to watch a horror by myself in the spare bedroom after my daughter's gone to bed. Couldn't do it. It's like 10 minutes in, I was like, no, I think I need to turn this off, right?
Wow, we have aces again, and they're trying to get tricky from the small blind. I really do feel we invited a lot of these premiums after maybe commenting on how we were missing the kind of action we'd seen on the very first day of coverage, and ever since then it's just been hand after hand, premium after premium, and Darren has taken the bait. Oh my goodness, the trap perfectly sprung, and this is just a brutal way for Darren to potentially leave us.
Oh man, just mistimed. Facing one of the more aggro plays on the table. Decided to jam.
No, that's going to be it. Darren gets dealt aces, queens, and then takes the spot. It's actually quite standard to jam any king there, so cannot fault him in the slightest. And Jindy gets it done. Down to 5, and a new player does join us in seat 5 as we see. And just like that, Selena, you become another statistic amongst the fallen contenders of the day.
Yeah, you kind of feel like, you're making something happen, you're getting something's going your way, you pick up some pots, you're building a bit of a stack. Just surpassed 10 big blinds for that to kind of happen. I mean, the thing is, there are going to be aggressive players on the table, and there are going to be times they do pick up a hand. And in that case, in the form of pocket aces.
Yeah, I've always felt that some of these poker prayers need to be more specific. And one of them I always feel like is to just pray that your opponents don't have topper range. Because so much of good tournament poker is just flirting with variance, you know, finding the 3-bet jams, finding the jam as we did see Darren do from the big blind there, and every once in a while they're topper range. But if you can avoid that, you can have a lot of success. So yeah, coming back to it, this horror obsession is fascinating because it's one of the only genres that I kind of don't connect to. It's like the opposite. Like, I don't like feeling that feeling. Why would I want to be in the comfort of my own home or even at a movie theater and then be scared?
But isn't it fun?
Listen, you know, you just mentioned how you want to watch it with Randy. You did not watch it alone. It's fun when you're the protected person. You know, the men die first. And actually, that's not true.
No, that's definitely not true.
Do suffer in the horror films. There's usually one left alive at the end.
Man, I played escape room when it was on like a, you know, how many acre farm, and you approach the farm, you're in the car, and they're like, I'm gonna like gut you guys like little pigs, right? Before walking.
Goodness.
Right. And then they ask you to turn off the headlights. You have to run across the field, and this is already dark, so they make sure they run this game in particular once night when it's dark. So you run up towards a shed, and you go through, you know, abandoned vehicle. There was a cage that locks half of your team in. The other half of the team has to leave the vehicle, run down the field, and try to, like, you know, find a button or do something to get the other team out. And then the 4 of you is walking towards the next part of the game, and there is a guy wearing a mask with a chainsaw chasing you now, right? I've never seen Randy run so fast, like superhuman-like, but he did grab my arm and run with me. He just bolted.
Oh no, we're throwing Randy under the bus here.
He's like, take my wife. She's the slow one. And I've never seen this man run so fast in my life.
That's the thing about horror movies and being in the jungle. You don't need to be the fastest in your group. You just need to not be the slowest.
够了，这里做起步数。
一点表演的机会都不给人留。早知道刚才我还瑞斯。
So you enjoyed that, huh? This whole being in a horror movie IRL experience?
Yeah, because you're like, well, I'm not an actress. I'm never going to be put in the spot where I would be able to experience that. And I kind of felt like it was kind of cool. And, you know, at the same time, you know you're going to be safe. I was definitely by far the bravest. Like you can never trust the guys to, you know, save the girls or protect the girls. No, they're just the first ones out of there.
You know, they know you're going to be fine. I got to stand up for the guys a little bit. Maybe in a real situation.
Oh, no. I don't think Randy would. No. He's more like, his logic would be, I don't think I'm going to fare very well here. Therefore, I might as well save myself.
Well, he's a poker player. He knows that you're going to follow the GTO approach and run. So, you know. Plus, in these horror simulations, I've been to some theme parks that have, you know, Halloween-themed horror nights and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, have you experienced those?
You're not allowed to punch them in the face, you know?
But people might, though.
Maybe in real life.
There is always a danger of that, right?
There is actually a danger. You are right. You can let your gut instincts take over. Oh my goodness, mind you, speaking of gut instincts, not to be cheesy with the transition, but we've just seen the rip after the 3-bet from the cutoff, and it gets the next best hand to fold. New player to the table, really putting the chips to work. 561k was good for the chip lead on the table, and we are going to move off to a new table, which is to say we'll bring a new set of 8 players to our feature table. We have reached the break. These guys will go on and play the rest of the day together. So stick with us. We'll take a 15-minute break and be back with day 2 of the main event here at TLPT.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。
TLPT anyone could be a star。TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every dream. poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's blink, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No ground, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's blink, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No ground, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts of dollar. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame.
To day 2 of the Lord Poker Tour main event. New table alert. 60-minute levels means we do hit the break every 2 levels, and here we are. New set of 8 players, at least one familiar face in the form of Joshua Gabisa.
前两打开始也坐在这个位置啊。
Did see him on the feature table of our high roller event. Comes in with 413k. Huge stack on the table in the form of Lou, 660k. All pretty pleasant at this new level of 5k, 10k.
Looks like we're welcoming 2 ladies to this feature table.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, one of the ladies who we do see in our frame is somebody you and I overheard, Selena, talk about how pretty everybody at the TLPT ladies event was.
Yeah, she compared it to the general field in the States. And let's say she was very honest about her observations.
Seems to go by Julie, as per her hand and mom. over 100K in live earnings. Coming in fresh from the Aussie Millions, it seems like.
Oh, is that right? Is her background American or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lives in the US. Certainly plays across Vegas and seems like LA as well. Very nice to have her here with us. It's certainly nicer for her to have cashed and now making her way in day 2. Now with a last name like Marriott, are you just constantly assumed to be the heiress to the hotel empire? It's certainly my first thought. Joshua opens it up, +1. 40 bigs is very comfortable for the likes of Joshua to navigate. Very, very experienced pro. Has crossed 1.5 million on this hand and mob. Of German origin. Queen Jack with spades. Let's take a flop. Oh my goodness, we flopped the world. And it's up against the ace-10. This is a movie flop right here, Pan. Loving life. And with the ace and the king on the board, checks, just hoping Joshua continues in flow. We have a gut shot, royal flush draw. There is the continuation bet, 15K into 55. Ironically, Joshua doesn't want to lose his customer, goes on the smaller side. We're just check calling, really no card we're afraid of, although the ace and tens are outs. Both aces dead. Beautiful break for Pan on the turn there. $85K in the middle. Pan wondering how he can set up for stacks. Checks once again, is hoping that even if Joshua doesn't have an ace, he fires again, trying to get some of the weaker draws, single pair hands like tens, maybe even weak kings to fold. All of that slightly irrelevant because Joshua will always be trying to build with the ace-10. So often with the ace-10 you'll have your opponent drawing nearly dead. Instead it's him drawing nearly dead. And he's gone big. 75 into 85. This is working out like a charm. On the one hand, you want to get your stack in the middle, Selena. On the other hand, you just still have such a lock on this board. You can easily peel off one more card, but there are some action killers, aren't there? Queens, jacks, spades. What is the move here?
Oh, I kind of feel like Joshua Gabisa could be good enough to fold the turn if he shoves his stacking, right? Does he call it off? What is your read on that particular player?
I think ace-10 might be too strong. Would call it off, yeah. But certainly would fold naked aces, which is maybe why Pan just calls. And there is one of those action killers I mentioned.
Right, so it's better to shove it on the turn, hoping that your opponent would still put you on some kind of draw as well at the same time. And 2-pair is very strong in that spot and could see him calling it off.
Yeah, I think if you could see Joshua's holding, he would have check raise jammed in an instant. I do like the flat call, although when you call such a big bet, it defines your range as well. And this is the thing about being out of position. It's usually not up to you to figure out the size of the pot. And that is just the reality of poker. So we have to work with it. Now, how do we possibly get paid? Our beautiful flopped straight along with the royal flush redraw Now resorted to essentially a one-card straight.
台币的话乘5嘛，
我先乘4点多吧，现在5了吗？
我不知道，大概5嘛，我就是乘5。
Yeah, he just rips it.
美金对7差不多。
And this is just a sick spot for Joshua. Mind you, these two would have played with each other over the course of the day already. But it comes down to this. Did Pan miss a spade draw and convert his hand into a donk jam on the river as a bluff?
那只有
Or does he have a
对
queen?
对，就是更值钱一点嘛，对。
And when it comes to jamming these many blinds, it's way more likely your opponent is putting their tournament life at risk with the goods. Joshua puts it together and lets it go.
我记得人民币4点多，就是你们对我们升值了。
之前是5
的话是点算是比较
高的时
It
候。
just kind of goes to show how much you have to devalue your holdings out of position.
我记得应该只剩4点。
Because we couldn't even get in stacks, flopping Broadway on the ace king 10 against the ace 10.
Yeah, exactly.
蓝色紫色的时候比较好，国民党紫色比较好。
直播不可以讲这些。
我只讲涨升，我没有说。
不给红线。Red line，一会儿给你碰，一会儿给你。玩你。不可以。
It's quite a flop to kick off proceedings on this new feature table. With 83 remaining, let's see what kind of a pay ladder we've reached. Yeah, we've gone from the minimum payout
没有办法，我们
to an additional $1,000 or so. 3,780 locked up. So 5.1 million Korean won. Well over a 3x return. A lot of it thanks to the beautiful overlay.
Mary here with the pocket nines.
Yeah, we hope it's okay to call her Julie, at least as per
Oh,
her
that's
hand and
what
knob.
she likes to put. Okay, Julie.
Certainly easier for us, so hopefully we're on the right track.
没有，我山东人，你大概没听说过吧？很小的。
我一直都感觉可能有到北京。哦，差不多吧，两个都蛮哥们的。蛮爷们的，就是比较。
对，北方性格差不太多嘛，对。
That is a familiar face.
比较明显。
Lee Songlin.
你们来了挺多人嘛，是吧？你们那个还有一个。
Certainly with multiple days of coverage, it
好几个女孩子也是你们。
gets a bit confusing to remember which table we saw them on, but to remember the glasses and the aggression showed not matching with the typical player profile.
我学扑克就是跟一个台湾的牌手学的，我接触扑克的，吴少刚 Raymond， 你认识吗？
我跟他可以算偏不认识。
Now big blind, definitely a spot for him here, pocket threes. But as we can see, he does not have many chips
对
behind.
我学牌也很早嘛，就十几年。
28K
那时候好像只有
left.
国内搜不到太多那个，对，国内搜不到太多资料嘛，就是。
应该几乎都是大众牌。对台湾人讲，他算退役。
退役了，对，
比较
不在一线战斗了。
但我知道他也是。
Kind of feel like you have to go with it, you know, with just 2.5 bit.
最早期的。
Yeah, just barely 3 bigs.
做视频嘛，我感觉像。
You know, you have got the big blind in there. You have your big blind ante in there.
我是多少？15年、16年、15年。
Three's probably not looking too bad against, you know, a lot of pre-flop ranges. There could be a money jump. Is there a money jump? Because I think he's kind of like look at the screen, kind of waiting it out a little bit.
That's a great read. That is a great read because you're actually right. We're going from about 5.1 million to 5.4 when we hit the 80 player mark. And keep in mind the field on the top right updated manually, so the actual tournament clock could be much closer to that 81 to, or rather 80 to 79 pay jump. So let's also note that we can just call and tank a little bit more if needed.
Like post flop, right? Yeah,
which might be what he chooses to do.
但是后来我加
And I do spot at least one time bank in front as well. Certainly don't hold this against any player. Absolutely a part of the game, and this is what the time banks are for. It's totally fair to utilize them in this fashion.
所以就很没有什么机会。
You know, to the extent he survives the situation, because it does look like he's coming along, as one expects to with pocket threes. You know, in the future he won't have time banks, and that's a trade-off he's choosing to make.
不太方便。不要再
提到这个，我想扯到底了，完蛋了，我先刹车。
刹车。
So gotta imagine we're at about 83, 82, maybe 81 or 80 players remaining, since we're burning time banks. And listen, at this stage of the tournament, an extra 400k Korean won. By no means a small amount, and not sure if we reached the number he wanted to, but we've gone all in, and of course, snap called, overpair. Uphill climb needed. Oh, there's the three. Just one out for the nines.
只恨马短，这
She's
马
not
长
happy.
I mean, I think she should be happy that it wasn't one of the biggest stacks. Look at this guy. He's very happy. I think I wouldn't mind, you know. He looked like he was... Look.
You say that now. I think you would mind, but certainly in the booth, cannot help but root.
I mean, he's the best player to lose this hand to.
That is true. Did hear him just say money jump. Obviously a near lock for the money jump with the added chips, but more importantly, still in the mix, playing for 220,000 up top.
必须要去，必须要去。
没700率了，
肯定没有700率。
应该没700率，所以用粉。
嗯。
Looks like the seller has gotten quite a few players with the newly found wealth of cashing the main event. So this is a satellite to win a 15k ticket?
Yeah, and I do believe, and I'll check the schedule once again, we did have a guarantee on it for a few seats, so
That would make sense, yeah.
that'll bring a few players as well. Nothing like chasing another potential overlay. These overlays can get quite addictive. So yeah, we can go to tlpt.net/schedule. And yeah, 3 guaranteed seats, you know, it's 45,000 in the guarantee alone, and started about an hour ago. I mean, frankly, that's just the way to do it. 16,000 USD as a buy-in is not going to be in everybody's bankroll, but it's just such a great opportunity, especially for those who are with us here on day 2, having cashed the main. With the main as well, with the overlay giving a much bigger ROI than usual. And you can treat it as a bit of a free roll.
Yeah, can you imagine just like rolling a free roll into cashing the main, then rolling that into high roller buying, and then rolling that into, you know, a final table of the high rollers, right? That'd be pretty sick to walk away with.
Are we going to produce a moneymaker story here at TLPT?
长马不想跟长马拼，
对呀、
随便咬一个都还要跟长马拼，那咬一口很痛的，加的才多，
加子才对对，是的。
高风险高报酬。
今天是打倒 FT 吧，对吧？打倒 FT。
Yeah, we went bigger with the open.
对，打倒 FT。
2.5x gets the king to fold on the big. We have much bigger
打了
stacks
18个人了。
in this new table, including Lee Song-lin with near a million.
Oh, is he one of the chip stacks from...
杯3，
So interestingly, he's not.
He's not.
Can take a look at where he started out the day.
今天晚上至少要打到100多万的一个也有，估计要打到1点多。
Yeah, I really do love having access to these spreadsheets mentioning everybody who participated. Alright, check this out, Selena. Lee Song-lin qualifies on day 1A itself. And then... Yeah, am I seeing him fire another bullet? Maybe some confusion there, but... His stack coming into the day is 369,000. He's
Okay.
3x'd.
Yeah, so it's a really, really good, what, 2 hours? 2 hours of play?
That's it.
Barely 2 hours play, and yeah, he's really kind of like made it really work for him today.
I mean, that's certainly a chip leading stack. Our biggest stack coming into the day was about the same, so to the extent Yi Yang, who came in with 980, has fared well. They might be atop the leaderboard along with Song-lin, but what a performance.
Yeah, a couple of pretty big stacks on this table. 99 bigs, 86 bigs, 65 big blinds.
Those orange chips, those are the ones you want, 25k a piece.
Now Xu Jiawen here, under the gun, ace king of clubs.
Yeah, she's been going 25k. Continues the trend. She has a rough table draw. Having 831k, but the only covering stack is on your direct left.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this would be the player in one of the teams.
That's right. I was mentioning how you had commented on how he looks quite trustworthy, thanks to the glasses.
Yeah, correct.
Short stack on the big blind. Slightly familiar with this player just from his look. She does show she had the goods, and what a great fold. Respecting the UTG Open. This is what a ton of experience gets you, because the Ace-7 usually very defendable, but against the UTG range doesn't perform really well. So Chow there did make the fold of the short stack. Over 1 million in total live earnings from Taiwan. As his info does pull up, I'm seeing a best live cash of about 250k. Looking to nearly match that today.
我也想只会玩这个，但拿不到。我都被我身边的大哥给。
我
You know, the more we see some of these players from China in particular, obviously dominating the field here at TLPT, I have to wonder, what do you feel now is sort of the normalcy of being a poker pro in China? Do you think it's as taboo? Is there as much stigma? Is it something that the youth looks forward to doing, versus when you were sort of paving that path?
Yeah, now you mention it, I was actually made aware early this week that there's a new style of clubs opening up all across China. The idea is you buy a package and it comes with drinks. It could be just boba tea or whatever. Comes with a meal, and then you actually get a ticket to play poker tournament, and then you win prizes. Right? So it could be, simple prizes like a blind box, as one of the prizes. It could be, maybe a tablet or some kind. So price not significant. Could be somewhere ranging, say the first prize being $200-300 worth or whatever. But it's all about that social aspect of it, and it's attracting a lot of the younguns. I think that the average age of those poker venues, I don't know, you call it a bar, you call it a coffee shop. The average age over there, I think it's somewhere around like 25 years old.
That's really cool. The social aspect of the game is what attracts everyone in the beginning.
Correct. And for them, it isn't about cashing or real money. It really is about that social aspect of it and the fun of the game itself, which is very good to see. I think that the thing attracted our generation to poker was when we watched the World Series and how much money you could possibly win at a tournament, right? It's a little bit different. For them, it's more like the idea of, say, maybe a board game type of venue, because I know those exist as well. And you could have something like an escape room venue where people, have turned it into like a coffee shop type of thing as well, where they sit down after a game and they could talk over like the experience of that particular escape room. So it's kind of incorporating that kind of style, for the younger generation. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, it wasn't something I would think a business model that would work, but it seemed to attract a big population of someone that's born in the 2000s.
Yeah, I think there's something cool, especially with your passion for board games and escape rooms, to sort of equate poker to that as well. On the one hand, we think of it as a mental sport. On the other hand, why not a board game with a bit of fun? There's unlimited strategy to the extent you want it, but there's unlimited strategy to many board games. You can also just treat it as an e-sport if you're doing it online. I just think it's a very versatile game that we all love here. So it's interesting, we were talking about my erstwhile career in finance, and poker is very respected in the finance world. I mean, at the time, I was just really a hobbyist player, but my interview to become an investor, thankfully, I'd written poker in my interests in my resume. And it took up like half of the conversation, maybe, with the man I eventually ended up working for. And he himself started equating poker to investing. He's like, it's all about waiting for the right moment, which is to say folding a lot and obviously pressing hard when you do have conviction and so on. And yeah, we could argue that poker played a role in me getting that job. And famously, VCs and hedge fund managers, they tend to have poker games. That's their way of socializing as well.
Yeah, because that is why I think I was very interested when you started to talk about that investment banking as a career, because I felt like if I didn't go down and chose poker as my career path, that might have been the other, career path I might have been interested in.
Yeah, listen, it's not as fun, but it certainly has its moments, and tough to say which one's more plus EV from a pure money perspective. They do equate day trading a lot to poker. It's much more of an individual activity, arguably a lot more repetitive, and also zero sum, which certainly poker players get used to. So a lot of poker players do find that they make for good day traders. It's also really a battle with yourself, day trading that is. I'm not that well versed with it, to be honest, but it just requires so much bankroll management and discipline, right? Like finding a winning strategy is not the hard part. Executing it, not going overboard. It's like poker tournaments or cash games, right? Like if you bring those skills over to day trading, you tend to do pretty well. But what it does miss is that social aspect. I mean, I know online grinders maybe sometimes don't experience that social aspect at all, but it is very much in the vein of the game. You can always go to a local card room. You can always come down to an event like TLPT and at least experience that. Day trading is much more of a solo sport. 5-5-3 is equally favorable to both, I would argue. Counterfeit opportunities, and King Queen is the pre-flop aggressor. So Julie shouldn't mind this too much. Ripe for a c-bet. Doesn't c-bet, taking the fact that she has the Queen of Clubs, trying to realize some equity, and it does come in the form of the backdoor flush draw. And I think with deuces, we take a stab here. The board as low as we can hope for.
Yeah, more than 30, I think.
Julie wanting to get a count on Pan's total stack. Exceeds hers. But a fair enough ask, no doubt. 2 overs and a flush draw, we'll call. Tons of outs, including counterfeits. Comes the 6 of hearts, though. Check mark for the deuces. Don't know that we go for value with the deuces. I mean, tough to represent any bluffs and get called by worse, but against this particular hand, he's chosen the right timing. Puts in 20k, a blocker. Aiming for the ace highest to call, or indeed if she did have something like a 7 or a stronger hand. Gets to only lose 20k more. Oh, we're digging deep here. Putting on the cape, calling it off. This one is going to pinch. Deuce is getting value, is going to pinch for sure. I heard this funny story, Selena, with Fedor Holz after he retired the very first time in poker. And he went around trying different careers, and one of them was day trading. So usually day trading is done solo, but there's a lot of day trading firms. They manage other people's money and try to grow it through trading. So he goes to one of these firms just to like shadow, see what's out there in the real world, as he called it. And he told this funny story that he happened to be there on a day that was just a bloodbath for that firm in the markets, and they lost 5% of their net asset value. And that's obviously horrible. Like, if you're managing other people's money, that's like a disaster. But Fedor watched everybody just so upset that day, just so morose. And as a poker player, he looks around and goes like, 5%? And it's not even your money. What are you so upset about? Every poker player loses 5% every day. Yeah, we might be getting this one in there. Li Chin wakes up with pocket nines. It's at the right time with 10 bigs, 2 of them posted. Don't love that it's a middle position open, but pocket nines strong enough, and frankly don't know whether Liu is going to call this off or not. His stack can certainly afford it. Does seem borderline, +2 open, and then the big blind jams 10 bigs. Yeah, I think with the broad odds we go with it. We have a flip.
You have ace?
No, I'm saying I had 9, he beat me with a crappy 3. Maybe he could beat with his 9s.
Julie remembering the pain of losing with the 9s. In this case, the 9s hold up.
For you, not for me. 9's bad for me.
Julie is still a little bit upset, and I mean, let's think back. The pocket 3s, double up, and now another double, and with that, Li Chin up to 22 bigs.
Yeah, especially in the world of poker, a lot of players are not that good with bankroll management. So sometimes 5% of their net worth on tournament and they bust out. It's not unheard of, right?
I mean, I would think it's really par for the course. I mean, I've never been the best at bankroll management, but certainly across the series, you're investing 5% of your bankroll consistently.
Correct. Because I remember, you know, this was, oh my goodness, like almost 20 years ago. All right. And my boyfriend at the time, he was going to play a 5K. All right. But this is like 5K of like 10K bankroll he had.
Oh, my word.
Right. But then it was more like they have so much conviction, belief that they were going to do well that they don't really think about it being 50% of their bankroll. So I didn't question much about it at the time, but now in hindsight, looking at it, you know, it is surprising. But then he would also go and then spend drop 2-3K on suit as well, right? So yeah, like I felt like none of that, you know, at this point in time just kind of made sense. But when you're young and, you know, just, well, you could have been it would have been 23 or something like that, right, at the time. Yeah, you don't really go and think about, oh, this is all I'm going to have. You kind of just look at it going, oh, I'm going to be making so much more. This is going to be such a small portion of that.
And there's a certain merit to it, you know. I mean, that is really the power of youth. And it's created a lot of careers if you catch the right upswing. As we do see the pocket aces get the job done with the 3-bet. Good discipline with the queen 9 suited. 100 bigs now for Lee Song-lin. I've never dropped 2-3K on a suit, by the way, and I used to work in finance. But I am from India, where you can get nice tailored suits for so cheap. It's just so good. Every time I'd fly back to India, it's almost as though my flight tickets were free, because I'd get a few suits tailored, and I'd come back, and, you know, in my office where everybody's wearing a suit, a few people would still be like, whoa, nice suit. Where'd you get that? And it'd be 5 times the price.
Yeah, because it would be a particular store, and it would be Xenia. So it would just be only that store that, you know, they would buy the suit from. So, yeah. No, but we're talking about a 10K, 20K bankroll. I don't know. I guess it did seem that insane back then. But, yeah, in hindsight, we're thinking about it now, you know, knowing so much more about poker. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Did you ever hear the backstory of how Chris Moneymaker qualified to the main? Because part of the moneymaker effect was this intersection of online poker, which allowed him to turn a satellite into $1 million. And I believe the satellite, I don't know whether it was like $60 or $100, doesn't really matter if you think about it.
Yeah.
But as he tells the story, he was in credit card debt. So you're not talking about a big bankroll, because even though he did fire that event, when it came down to two people, first place got the ticket, second place got $5,000 in cash. And he wanted to lose on purpose and take the cash
Oh, wow.
to pay off his credit card debt.
Right.
And during the break, he said right around three-handed or maybe heads up, he starts sort of setting up to lose on purpose.
Right.
And he said on break, he spoke to a buddy who was like, there's no way, man. How can you give up this opportunity? Get the ticket, go play.
Yeah.
And apparently, just in terms of loose talk, his buddy was like, I'll pay your credit card for you. Just win the ticket.
Yeah.
The buddy never paid the credit card, but you know he wins the ticket and creates the moneymaker boom. So
And with a name like that, you know, you gotta go for it, right?
it's just too good.
Joshua on the dealer button with the ace king.
Yeah, let's get busy. 29 bigs. An ace king for Julie, who 3-bet rips it. Easy enough. Let's keep it clean, folks. No reason to cause some carnage at this stage in the tournament. 2 spades. Free roll for Joshua, but the 7 of diamonds means we're going to chop it up.
哎，他不高兴，我正好要
What, you had space?
king four yeah, I have to like defend the plan. If you don't jam, top and flush draw.
Of course. I'm just expecting 4 spades to come out. That's how I've been running on.
You know, considering the makeup of the table, as we do see,
要不然发财牌，我靠，这不是绝配吗？
I believe his name is Lou in seat 4. Strike up conversation with Julie. Yeah, tons of banter in English on the table. Did you end up talking to the gentleman Lee Song Lin in the chip lead as well?
No, because he didn't win that table.
Right.
Do you remember? Because I
Yeah,
think it was
I
Japanese.
do. So Team Ultimate
Yeah, and then
won the event, but not the table.
right, and then the funny thing is when I wanted them to elect a representative to do the interview with me, they elected one of the younger guys, but he was like the least talkative guy. So I mean, yes, he wasn't giving me yes/no answers, but he was giving me one sentence. So it was really hard to work anything off. But yeah, he did not want to step up to do the interview. I think a lot of them are really shy when it comes to being in front of a camera.
I'll tell you what, Songlin doesn't seem shy in general, though. Like, he was talkative on his own table. He certainly talks with his chips. He was very impressive on the team's event as well. Ended up being the chip leader for a long time. Here he is, chip leading day 2. And take a look at the outfit as well, right? Sports coat. It's a solid look right there. Do see 72 in the field. Worth a quick check to see where the next pay jump is. Oh, at 72, I believe. Another few $100. So right on the pay jump. Maybe if the field is dwindled by 1, we've reached it already. 72 is actually exactly half the players we came in with. This does happen on day 2s, of course, with a lot of short stacks and medium stacks. So about 2 hours in, down to half. If we follow that pattern, should take about 5 more levels to get to 16. But I do expect the pace of play to slow down as we do reach sort of the bubble for the end of the day and for the final 2 tables, because you're talking about making it to the final 2 tables. You know, there's a lot of prestige and a lot of potential payouts attached. Things do get sweaty.
你上桌不也就是这样子吗？我感觉你上桌就是5万多
3万多，差不多。
，3万多，还要多一
反正
点。
没有办法比今天更惨。
刚刚在我身上大包
哎我
10万，
在我这也大包一次，
有20，
把我圈圈，
对对对
10万6 5千，
把我圈圈也跑死了。
总牌的 set 我可以花那把，对吧？
The old big slick suited for the man who's really spun up his stack now. How far can we take it? Ace King suited from +2. Ace Jack for Sheng, as I mentioned, very experienced. Do we want to squeeze? Oh, we've got away from him. Have you taken the spot?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna give my seat up now for DJ. Washburn.
哇哦，这个太
Bit of a different view from up here. We actually get to see whole cards, and you've just stepped in to a interesting hand developing. We've actually got 4 players.
Yeah, let's let this hand finish. Exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. But we do see right here, after 3-bet from Chen Chao Ting in the small blind, big blind has shoved his pocket 8 all in. Xu Jiawen, which is the girl on the table with his hand, and Li Qing with the ace king suited decides not to go anywhere. Very happy to kind of get his chips now into the middle. I can see Chen getting out of the way here in the small blind with ace jack. He has to read into this situation as the other players having a better hand than that of ace jack. No, he is kind of looking at how much chips he has behind. Oh yeah, he actually put pretty much his whole stack in because he did start the hand with only 6.5 big blinds, and he left 1k behind, but he felt like there was no need to just save that 1k at this point in time. Probably no money jump either in question. So yeah, calls it off. So we have 3 players all in pre-flop in this hand.
What the fuck?
这里有反超。
我操！
And we do see ace king coming out with the best hand. They're eliminating Chen in the process, but Xu Jiawen does have more chips behind.
转牌就落后了。
还是你的跑马上来3把。
So welcome to the booth.
Hello. Fantastic.
DJ Moshburn, is that right?
DJ Washburn.
Washburn.
Watch like clothes, burn like fire.
Oh,
exactly what I tell the scammers that call me and try to.
Do you try to troll them when they call you?
Or maybe not the scammers. Maybe the women on Tinder. You know, Washburn the first ones. But
how did you
no.
pick this name?
It is. Well, I didn't pick it. It was given to me. It was given to me. That's my family name, Washburn.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
so
your last name.
That's my real last name. I'm like John Cena. I use my real name when I, shout out if you got that reference.
Oh, I don't think I've ever come across a Washburn before.
Yeah.
Yes.
So fun fact. So it's very American. So I'm from America, but I was born in Korea, but I was adopted and grew up in upstate New York. Washburn I was adopted by 2 white parents, very American, and that's my name. So that's what I go by, DJ Washburn. I am an actual DJ, but yeah, pleasure to be here. And Cynthia.
Selena.
Selena, just kidding. Selena, you and I had the honor of chatting earlier and invited me to be part of this. I'll let you call the action, but feel free to, we can tell a little bit of my story after this and explain why we're here.
Yeah, sounds good. You know, if there is an interesting action developing, I'll let you know. So,
从哪儿接？
how do you find Jeju? First time in Jeju?
Technically, no. I was actually here about 7 years ago. I
Okay.
visited Korea first time since I had been adopted. I was actually on my honeymoon, and my now ex-wife, but wife at the time, we had, she's a Korean adoptee as well. And she does not know how to play pocket nines like Joshua does here. But we did come to Jeju real quick. It was a short trip. But this
Yeah.
is the first time I've actually kind of been back. So
Okay, and how do you find the experience of the TLPT so far?
I love this. So, looks like you might see some action here. I'll answer that question after this 3-bet.
So Joshua raising it up with the pocket nines under the gun +2, and Liu Shiqiao in this cutoff has gone and made it 50k from his in position spot, and Joshua does have a bit of a decision to make here. Pocket nines, he's relatively, comfortable with 30 big blinds at the moment. Playing pocket nines out of position by just calling is definitely an option.
He's going to rip it, though. He says, I want to win the tournament. Let's go. Double up here.
And this is going to get a quick fold from the king queen.
Well played by Joshua. You like that shove there with the nines, Cynthia?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think that, he kind of felt like his range is relatively strong and doesn't mind picking up, whatever is in the middle. At the same time, that is also one of those cases where if you do run into a big pair, it's annoying because you did start off the hand with 30 big blinds. It's quite comfortable in this tournament to, kind of grind along. But tournament poker at the same time, it is about kind of picking up those spots and kind of going with it. Play the odds.
And you would know because you have won a few tournaments in your day.
Yeah, I have. I was actually probably one of the winningest players around the Macau boom. So I think I count about 12 trophies I have collected over time. Yeah, 2 of them being the Red Dragon main event in Macau. And that was a fun time. Life has changed for me last 6 years. I have a little girl now, and yeah, I guess the priority is a little bit different.
Fantastic story. We were chatting earlier before this broadcast, and you were telling me about this, and love your story, and great person to follow, especially people that have had success in poker, had success in life, and kind of we were talking about the parallels of how our careers adjust.
For sure.
And evolved over time.
Definitely. We see Li Qing under the gun here, raise it up to 20k with pocket sevens. And Joshua once again picks up a pretty good hand. Ace Jack of spade coming along for the 20k. And Xu Jiawen here on the dealer button with the 9-3 decides to come along as well.
She's getting spicy here. What's the I can't see the GTO charts ever seeing where you're flatting here with the 9-3 suited, but I don't know. Maybe this is something different. Is this the new evolution of?
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case that it's suited. That she's pretty interested in seeing a flop with. She does have a pretty decent stack on this table.
Yeah. She does dominate a lot of the other threes too. The 3-4, the 3-5, the 3-6, 3-7. So that makes a lot of sense, I guess.
And then Lee Sonling here in the small blind with the king queen. Probably looking to come along as well. A pretty good hand. But right now, with the time he is tanking and he's thinking of this, there's a chance he's going to raise it up. He's definitely the chip leader on this table as well. It's, a good hand to possibly put pressure on your opponents. And I think he did say raise. And it's really about how much he's going to make it now. I can see somewhere between like 80k. Oh, he makes it a little bit bigger than that. He's gone with 105. And I like that raise because it's also, because he's in a small blind, being out of position here, I don't mind it at all. Especially it really does cost, another 80k for these players to come along. It's going to be a big chunk of their stack at this point, especially for someone like Joshua. And does look very strong. But Li Qing with the 7s kind of counting out his calling chips. Don't really want to fold, but at the same time, you know, you have to put your opponent on possibly bigger pairs. Are you really going to pay that amount just to get a set? He's opted to fold. I like that decision. Joshua with the ace-jack now. Really hard for him to continue as well. Finds a fold, and I really can't see Xu Jiawan getting fancy with her 9-3. Let's it go. Really good takedown here with the king, queen offsuit. Pre-flop. Nobody putting up a fight. Adding almost the same amount of his raising chips to his stack now. So, you more comfortable with me calling you DJ Washburn, or do I say Chris?
DJ Washburn's great.
Okay.
Chris, either one, but
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic. I'll respond to either.
So, between cash games and tournaments, what is your more
Sure.
preferred?
It's very, very polarized
Okay.
on the cash game side.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much more cash games. Yeah, I don't
Yep.
play too many tournaments. Played the World Series main event in Vegas last year. That was probably the last one before this week.
Yeah.
But definitely more of a cash game player.
Okay.
I'm definitely the type that likes the action. I like the table talk. Definitely like the social vibes. And obviously, you know, tournaments.
Yeah.
That it's not always the same. And you're folding so much. And I like to be the person that gets to have a lot of action.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Play a lot
just
of hands.
Play a lot of hands.
Yeah.
You play more multi-way pots, play deeper, and then, of course, have more fun and more engagement at the table. The social aspect, the energy of the people is very important to me. So, yeah, you can't always find that in tournaments. However, the excitement, though, of tournaments, especially when you go deeper, there's a lot of money on the line.
That's right.
You know, that thrill, that can be exciting.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
you know, I have said I do want to play more tournaments, but I think this is a great start being here this week with Lord Poker Tournament.
Yeah, because it's not very often that you can invest 1K into a cash game and possibly walk away with this kind of payout. We're talking about 330 times your investment.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Your range per se at a cash game is pretty capped. You know, you buy it for 1,000. What's really the most you could win? 5K, 10K.
Exactly.
You sun run best in your life, maybe 15. But
Yeah.
obviously, you're not going to hit a 200K, 100K type of thing like you can here in poker. So a lot of people know, ooh, that's a spicy flop.
Yeah, so here we see a cutoff raise of ace 10 of hearts versus king jack here in the big blind defend. And king jack does flop the nut flush draw, so he's not going anywhere. But, you know, ace 10 with top pair doesn't bet that flop.
A little pot control, a little deception here. Feels like it's one of those ones where you're way ahead or you're behind. So
Exactly, because it's really tough if you do get check raised on this board. And, you know, you have no idea where you're at with ace 10. So pot controlling that. And Li Qing right now, with the nut flush draw, is looking to make a bet into 65K.
Yep.
Relatively small bet, 18. Now Xu Jiawan here. Is she going to just call, or is she looking to raise? Looks like she's put out raising chips to 49,000 here.
somewhat a little unorthodox play. In just a few hands I've seen, this person, I mean, she just called with the 9-3 suited
Yeah.
on an open raise. So a little different here. Maybe it's, I'm American. I'm used to playing with a lot of American players. And, you know, this field is heavily weighted towards the Chinese. And I know just things can be a little different. So this is educational for me.
Yeah, because you get to see, you know, whole cards up, right? So, you know, you get to see many different ways of maneuvering. And wow, talk about ways of maneuvering a pot. Now we see a 3-bet to 100,000 chips.
See, this is next level. And you asked me about the cash versus tournament, so I'm
Yeah.
much more of a cash player. So I'm not going to lie and say
Right.
that I know a lot of tournament strategies. So I'm more here to entertain, to commentate, and sure, I'll leave the analytical GTO stuff to you. But
What do you think about this?
I feel like in this spot, though, he knows that with her checking back on that flop, and that's a pretty sick spot there with he's got the nut blocker at the king of spades, and
Wow, got his opponent to fold a better hand
Yeah.
and show us that's how it's done.
see that's the tough spot there when you raise there on the turn with the ace 10, no spade, no redraw. If that happens, what are you gonna do? Puts herself in a really tough spot, especially after you check back that flop.
Yeah.
And I think he thought it felt like she was trying to get the showdown cheaply, and having the nut blocker, the king of spades there is big. That was a phenomenal play.
Yeah, because the amount of chips she put in, you could very much see a call on the turn and evaluate on the river, and you could probably just call your opponent down if a spade doesn't hit, and more, common than not, you're actually going to win the pot right there and then, but instead she got actually bluffed, semi-bluffed out of her pot.
Yeah, got a great bluff catcher spot there if you fade the spade, because I think a lot of people might barrel that river. So yeah, interesting spot she kind of put herself in there. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. And you asked about the cash versus tournament. Yes, I guess I got my start kind of in the global poker scene because I started playing on high-stakes cash games on Hustler Casino Live and other American streams like Texas Card House, been on The Lodge, been playing a lot recently on Poker Night in America with Phil Helmuth's home game. So that's kind of how I got into the scene. Why I'm sitting here with you now was starting as a high-stakes cash game player on these TV shows, and then over the last couple of years, evolved into being more now of a media talent, media personality, influencer. I'm a brand ambassador for Hustler Casino.
Yeah.
And now doing stuff like with the big shows at Hustler Casino Live, being an on-air talent, sideline reporter, commentator, co-host a pregame show where it's like a poker talk show. So that's why I'm here now, and I assume why I got this nice invite to be able to share some time and energy with you, Mr. Two-time Red Dragon winner.
Thank you. And I did catch a bit of your stopover in Shanghai, and I saw that it was cool because you used Meta glasses, is it? The Ray-Ban Meta glasses to film?
Yes. They're very plus EV. So these days in content and in the influencer world, doing things that help you stand out or give people an entertaining perspective or something that's intriguing to them. You're talking about I've used meta glasses. Yes, I use my meta glasses because it's a way I can film things in the POV view, where yes, you can use your phone, you can use cameras, but my hands are free. It actually works well for poker because if I'm peeling or DJing, if I'm doing something with my hands, I can look down with my meta glasses, record, you can see everything. We have it all in here. Let's see what happens. Because Joshua has got to draw the royal flush. Best possible hand in poker.
Oh, I'm looking for a flop where you said a draw to the royal flush.
Oh, he's got a draw. He also has 2 quad draws, so I mean, there's a lot of equity in this hand.
And unfortunately, right here, we do see him up against the chip leader, Lee Songlin here, with the pocket tens. Now, Joshua here, we have seen him shove quite a bit. He just got it in with pocket nines. I don't know, pocket tens right now, too good of a hand to fold. He's going to read his opponent into having a lot of those overcards, ace kings, ace queens. And there's a chance there's a pocket nines out there too, which we did see him shove earlier with. So if he has these kind of ranges, I like a call from pocket 10. Yeah, the difference between tournament and cash games is that right now we see Joshua working with something like 34 big blinds, and that's not very common in the cash game world, right? You're playing with 100, 200 big blinds usually.
That is very correct, if not bigger these days, so
Yeah.
yes. Ooh, looked like he was going to shove that stack in. But yeah, that's the $1 million question debate that people have now. Who's better, tournament players, cash game players? What takes more skill? And there's a good argument for both. But I think the best guaranteed statement would be it's a little bit of a different skill set. Like you said, there we go. We got the call. He's going to see he's in pretty good shape here with the tens. Only one over.
Now Joshua's looking for the spade on the board or an ace. 65 left out of the 968 field. Playing down to 16 today. Really good price pool for the final table.
Amazing overlay. It's pretty clean for the 10s. No spade.
And there it is. That seals the fate for Joshua Gabiza, busting out of our feature table.
And the rich get richer.
For sure. 1.5 million now in chips. Clear chip leader of the feature table. And, you know, there's nothing short of the tournaments to play here. He could jump straight into a satellite for the Super High Roller Series. I think there's a guaranteed 3 seat to give away. And each seat is worth, I believe, roughly about 16 million.
That is correct. A little over 5K US dollars, and I just played that actually. And clearly, I didn't do too well because I'm sitting here with you now.
I did not know you've already played a tournament today.
Did. We played a couple hands. Now those amazing though, amazing. I guess customer service. The way it worked was anyone that played fired at least one bullet in the main got a free roll seat into the high roller one. So it's pretty sweet.
Oh wait, come again? Say that.
Yeah, it was a free roll to play today. To get into the super high roller one. The one where they're giving 3 seats. Yeah. The main, you got a seat into this free roll tournament. So 0 money to get into it. I just played it. And they're giving away 3 seats to get into the high roller event. Pretty cool.
Oh, wow. That is so cool. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think what they did was they pulled 3 seats worth prize pool from the main, put it into the satellite tournament. But I love the idea. It kept people here. It's almost like you're getting a rebate, an opportunity for a chance to hit big again.
No, that is a cool. Yeah, that's
really.
very
Yeah,
cool.
I think that's a great idea. Especially a lot of people are going to play the very affordable $1,100. I speak in US dollars again. American over here. I apologize for the Chinese, the Asian audience. But $1,100, pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
But not everyone can play a 5K plus tournament.
Exactly.
But it's almost like you're getting that bonus. It's like when you go to the grocery store and all of a sudden you buy bananas and they say, oh, you get a free crate of strawberries too. It just feels good.
It does.
Feels good.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what else feels good? When you're the chip leader and you get ace king, very next hand.
Liu Shiqiao here, under the gun with the 7s, has raised up to 25k. Li Songling in the hijack. 1.5 million chips. Looks like he's saying raise, but he might not have seen a player who has already just raised. So I think now he has to minimum raise that raise. So it might be like 37. We might have to call a floor onto the feature table now.
Yep, they're clarifying exactly what transpired here. So if you're new to poker, this is a great learning experience where you should be paying attention in these spots.
Definitely.
And there's no one else to blame. If he does not get what he wanted to and he has to min raise here, it may work out for him, it may not. But the situation is completely brought on by himself. His error, his mistake. And this is something that you can avoid, especially new people at a poker table, that these are things that matter, especially when you're being televised. And bright lights, you're in a spot that maybe you've never been on TV before. And I can speak firsthand that the first times that I was on TV and I knew thousands of people were watching, yeah, sometimes you get in your head, you think about that, or you see the comments from the previous time you were on and people were talking about you, and then those things definitely go in your head. So these players that might have never been on a live stream before, there's extra stuff floating around in your head. There's extra emotions. You look at the cameras, you see the production staff. All these things do matter. So those of you that are watching, and oftentimes you're quick to comment or criticize on people playing these live streams. Yeah, not everyone's Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu. And comfortable. So just something to think about. Food for thought.
Yeah, definitely. And I can see players also playing differently too when they're on feature stream table. There are players who don't really want to give away the game, so they play a lot more standard just so they can kind of like hide the aggression factor, so that they, once off that feature table, can really ramp it up with like a big range of hands. But if somebody was looking back on the stream, they remember this player as being relatively tight, right? So yeah, there's some players who definitely change the way they play depending on whether or not they're on the feature table.
1,000,000%, and I can speak to that point very much so, as how people play differently on stream versus off stream. I'll come back to that after this hand. So it looks like you're right. They did make him put the min raise into 38K. Interesting spot here with the sevens, though, because you know that he wanted to open.
Yeah, because there's the sevens. You've got to read that as being the first open. So instead of you thinking it's an actual 3-bet, you're going to think of it as just a raise. Now, the range of hands you're going to 3-bet with is going to be much stronger than just an open raise. So I don't know if he's going to read into that and decides to come back over the top.
You're right. An interesting spot, because Lee actually thought he was opening, and obviously an open from the hijack is a little different than 3-betting an under the gun raise. So I could definitely see. Yeah, I feel like that's probably what a lot of people would have done there, was just flat. But again, Lee's range here is a little different, though, because an open from the hijack is different than a 3-bet on a UTG raise. So
now Liu Shiqiao here with the sevens, going to check it over to Li Songling with the ace king. He knows that, it's very, very likely that Li has ace X kind of hand in his range. Going for a very cheeky bet of only a quarter pot, 25K. Just takes the pot right there and then. Not going to stick around at all with the sevens.
life is good for Songlin right now. Life is good. Look at that chip count.
128 big blinds, sitting very, very comfortably. More than double that of second and third place.
Yeah. More than second, third, and fourth combined. He has more blinds right now. So Cynthia, you've won some tournaments, so I'm sure you. Oh my God, so sorry. Selena, oh my gosh, Cynthia. Cynthia was the barista I just had a great interaction with.
It sounds like she made quite an impression on you.
Yeah, or I'm just covering up my mistake. Selena.
That's right.
Just like Catwoman, Selena, or like Selena Gomez.
Yeah.
Selena. So Selena, where I was going with that was, you've been in these positions, I'm sure. Have you ever had a big chip lead like this when you're in the money and you're approaching the final table?
Yeah, it's really fun to play with a chip lead, because by having the chip lead, you can bully the table a little bit. You can actually push spots, especially having a chip lead when the bubble hasn't burst is probably one of the most fun times and the best time to accumulate.
Max pressure, right?
For sure. And, it's such a good time to be able to accumulate chips. Now, on the feature table as well, a lot of players are playing relatively snug than anything else. So with a chip lead, you can actually kind of, use that to your advantage and bully the
You
table.
just start bossing people around, pushing them around, sure.
And especially, we're talking about money jumps here. We're talking about, these players are looking to make the final 16 going into tomorrow. You don't want to go with a wrong read and just bust out of the tournament at this point. And with him covering you, right? Like even if he kind of pulls a move and loses a big pot, it's only going to be a third of his stack. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference,
like we saw with that 10s versus the ace-10 hand just a few hands ago. Yeah, great points, great perspective. I've never been in a tournament with a big chip stack, so I can only live vicariously through you and other people.
Yeah, Xu Jiawing here, the girl that we saw earlier with the relatively wide range.
Yeah. So what do you think about this race? So a cash game player like myself, look, they open to 25 and it's almost a min bet in the hijack. You don't ever see that in a deep stack cash game.
Do not.
But tell me, the audience, about, do you like the sizing here in this stage of the tournament? Is that?
It's really about having that position on the player, right? So, there's times in the past where under the gun was seen as a very strong place to raise a hand. But these days, we see players widen their range under the gun. It could contain hands like, ace-5 suited, a lot of those hands as well. And in this case, pocket fours. They've gone with a raise of 2.5 bigs, which is super standard. Oh, I mean, not even 2.5. It's just exactly 2 big blinds pre-flop, which is super, super standard in a multi-table tournament. And Li Qing here has gone with a very small 3-bet, okay?
Position.
Yeah, but she's not having any of it, right? She's now 4-bet to 125,000. And makes it work, She got her opponent to lay down the king queen.
She kind of did something similar to him that he did to her a few hands ago when she had the ace-10 versus the naked king-high flush draw, where they both 3-bet each other on the street.
Yeah, actually good to see the ladies with, quite a bit of kind of different plays in the arsenal. Not playing passively. We actually had a female winner yesterday, and she played very aggressively on the final table that we featured. And yeah, it was really good to see that these females, they're fighting back. They're not letting the boys just bully them around. And I think over time, I kind of feel like the females tend to be one of the more aggressive players on the table than passive.
That's actually a great point. If you talk about that in general, the female-male dynamic, this is something that myself and my co-commentator and other people, I've talked a lot about this publicly, about the rise of women, and I am very much in support of equality and empowering the women, because still poker is like a 90% plus more male-dominated world.
Yeah.
But I think it's more so in the Asian communities right now, where women are, I think they're a little bit more advanced than in America. And I think it has to do with society and culture, with Asian societies and the structure of living dynamics. But like you said, yeah, you see a lot of these Asian female poker players and love that they are bossing them around. They're not getting pushed around. And it's not about gender. It's not about class at all. And one thing we try to do, especially like Hustler Casino and the shows I play on, is create a safe spot for the women. And so much so, yeah, it's unfortunate when you put a bunch of men in a male-dominated society world, and you put a lot of women in there, sometimes they don't get seen for their skills, their talents, and you have a lot of inappropriate messages and themes from the men that, unfortunately, so men, if you're out there listening, yes, you don't always have to hit on the women. You don't always have to say, well, you're pretty good for a girl, right? Create a safe spot where everyone can feel empowered, can feel safe. Help grow the game, because it is much better if more women are included, invited. And I think also, men, if you have a female partner, the more women that are in poker, it might be better for you, because they might be more interested. They might let you play more. So there are personal things you can get out of it.
Yeah, definitely. You can see also by having more females in the game, they're also going to attract other men to play as well, right? Bigger fields, better prize pool.
100%. It's a win-win if more women get involved in the game, feel comfortable playing poker, cash games, tournaments. Very, very good. And that they can feel comfortable, because a lot of times if men just hit on them or talk down or feel superior or make them feel in a way that is just not respectful or nice, it deters them. So definitely empowerment, equality. And we have some fantastic female players. Like, I'm friends with Xuan Liu, who obviously became the first woman to win a Triton trophy last year. That was incredible. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I haven't seen her yet, but I saw that she messaged me saying that she was going to be here soon. So we love that. You yourself. What do we have here? It doesn't look like either of these players hit too much on this flop. So
no, it doesn't stop them from betting and calling.
And this is a spot, I think, as the chip leader, right, with the big stack, that you can start applying pressure here.
Definitely. He's gone with a raise of 75K. With just the 9-8 of diamonds, 5 outs we see on the top right corner. But it's
does
really
it really
hard.
matter? His outs here.
It does not matter, because he's just going for a pure bluff at this point. It pretty much counted on his opponent not have hit a hand.
And look at that. It works.
Okay. Oh, we'll continue. Very difficult for the opponent to continue with a hand like Queen Jack. Queen high on that board, faced with some aggression. Very tough to continue. So let's go.
And that's what we were just talking about. It was leveraging the big stack there, being able to bully people around. I think since I've joined the booth, he's won every single hand he's played.
Yeah.
He had it.
You should tell him you're his lucky charm.
I am. I better get a piece of this.
Yeah.
I better get a piece of his winnings here. Yeah. When he needed the showdown, he had it. The hands where he didn't, he's just been making the right moves. Exciting. Right. These are the spots that you want to be in. When you start a tournament, you want to get to the position where you have the big stack. You can start pushing people around. Kind of having your way.
Yeah, and I actually had him on the stream earlier in the week. There was a teams event, and his team happened to win the teams event as well, okay? And he was the guy that, made it through with 3 other teammates onto the final table of that event. And we were just talking about, like, he's got that face where it looks trustworthy. He doesn't have that standard poker player, I'm up to no good face. He's like that almost, like the studious.
I can see
glasses.
that. He looks like he could be your divorce lawyer. Okay, what are we doing today? Or the person that's going to help you get your mortgage at the bank. Great interest rate I've got for you. I don't know if you do that in Asia, but I'm speaking like an American here. But yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Right. More believable, right? Less chance you think he's up to no good. I've got a Mongolia player, if I'm not mistaken, with that name. I just find them extremely difficult to pronounce, so I'm going to go with bold. He is going with...
That's a bold move by you, Selena.
I like that. He's raising it up to 24K. Pretty early position. And dealer button Shi Ju Mao is going to come along with King Jack of Spade.
She has a very shovable stack here. Do you like this flat, or do you think you rip it here with that sizing and her stack size?
Yeah, it is it is more than 10 bigs, and the player that raised is not in late position, so I don't mind just calling here in a way if you want to see a flop, but at the same time, I do believe in preserving your stack as well, because if you do this a couple times, you're going to realize you're going to drop yourself down to less than 10 big blinds. And then that is now your turn to shove yourself. So instead of maintaining a stack where you might be able to 3-bet shove, you end up having to just open shove yourself a lot of times. So I don't know. I usually go for preserving your stack at this point than kind of seeing flops. But each to their own. There's not really a definite right or wrong on, in poker. It's also got a lot to do with like how the player's been playing, the meta game you guys have had on the table, whether or not you read this player, if they're going to take stabs at a pot where they didn't hit. If they just give it up, she could just go with a bet and then take down the pot as well. With poker fives here, he does like this flop a lot. He's going to go with a 14K bet. She does have outs such as,
back to a straight flush draw.
Exactly. Spades to continue.
Oh,
and talk about outs.
A pretty good turn.
That's a good one for her. Now she has top pair.
Selena, that was a great perspective. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, not at all.
Just you can tell that you are a star. You know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Very educational and very entertaining to hear that from you.
Yeah, so maybe like after this educational session, you jump into tournament and, I'll grab like 10% of your next winnings.
Perfect. That's a fair deal. You coach me and I ship it to you.
And she is going to go with it and shove her stack in here. And it's going to make it...
A little bit of an overbet here, like 1.4 pot size.
Definitely. But it also does sometimes make the opponent read that she might have turned a draw of some kind and try to push him off a hand.
It's a very wet, dynamic board here. As you can see, because he is thinking here with the fives that I beat a lot of draws here.
Yeah, so
she could have floated the flop.
Hands that might come to mind is that, for example, if she peeled the flop with a hand like Queen 10, and she kind of like has up down straight draw now. She could play it like this very much, very much so.
Yeah, because what is her flatting range there pre-flop? It probably doesn't have ace king in it. It probably has a lot of exactly what she has, suited broadways, maybe like 8s, 9s, although that's probably more of a shove.
Yeah, really hard for poker fives there to call that term shove.
Now you've got more than me.
Well played, though. She. Always easier, though, when you turn a card like that. Makes it easy.
For sure.
Easier, I should say. Easier, I should say. So, yeah, back to that point. A few minutes ago, we were talking about the difference by playing on stream and not. Certainly noticed, and I can speak from the cash game perspective, that people are definitely more, they don't want to get bluffed out. They're more open to put on a show. And certainly, it's tougher to get bluffs through because people will call you down light because they don't want to be embarrassed and have it be on TV where everyone can see it. And there is that extra incentive to try to make a play, to play a little bit more creative, to maybe get in there and get a viral clip of a hand that you played where you just went off with the 9-3 offsuit or something, and something you wouldn't do when the cameras are not on. So that definitely changes. Now, tournament poker, of course, it's a little bit different because you can't navigate, you can't VPIP as many hands, you can't just rebuy when you lose. So a little bit different here, but I can certainly speak to that from the cash game side of poker these days. Yes, what you see on these streams, I assume if you're watching this show right now, you probably watch other poker shows, and you're probably watching cash games as well, that there is a big difference in what you see, definitely. Especially if you're playing with rec players or some people that are not straight pros. They're there could be for other reasons as well. It could be for the love of what they are doing. It could be to drive views. It could be to grow their brand. And to do that, being a better, more splashy player, having more of a personality is plus EV for them.
Yeah.
So when you start seeing these things like, how can he play the 9-6 offsuit right there? Well, because the incentive necessarily isn't to win. Yeah, they probably want to win, do well, but there's also other incentives to, I want to make a name for myself on the show, or I want to create some sort of persona that allows me to get invited into other games. So that's a whole other chapter of how you get in.
So it's like advertising.
Advertising, exactly. Alan Keating might be one of the best examples of that. When he came on the scene a few years ago, no one really knew who Alan Keating was. All of a sudden, he's just playing all these hands. He's wild. He's mixing it up. He's buying in for millions. And now he's probably the biggest star in high-stakes cash games right now in the world over the last couple of years.
So how is his track record? Would you say he's up or down?
Well, so I was just part of the Hustler Casino Mega Cash Mania a few days ago, and there was a graphic that ran. I think in his last couple Hustler appearances, he's up like over $3 million. He's up overall.
My God.
Yes. Yeah.
So definitely not a professional poker player background.
Well, Alan Keating, he used to be. You know what? I don't think he's not a pro, and I don't know if he would consider him a pro. He's done very well in some investments. He invested in the poly market, and it blew up, and that's a pretty big. He had a pretty big ROI there. Yeah. He's playing in the highest cash games now, both on stream and off stream. Okay. So I don't know if he would consider himself a poker pro. I don't think he does. I mean, he's an investor. He loves poker. Content creator. Poker's part of his blood. So.
But he has pretty much, I guess, an infinite bankroll, right?
Well, I'm not his accountant or his mother or his mistress or his partner. I don't know what his bankroll is like.
But it's scarier for you to play against someone who,
not very good at it.
The pot to them.
1,000,000%.
Yeah, it's not that big, right?
Because we know that a lot of poker, good players will take advantage of people that are afraid to lose. If you have more money, you're less afraid to lose. If $1 million doesn't mean that much to you because you make that every day in your investments or whatever.
Exactly.
Does it matter too much?
It doesn't matter too much.
If you have 100K to your name, losing 50K is a lot.
Yeah, precisely. And for a poker player who's grinded their way up there, losing $1 million could mean so much to them, right? There's a lot of poker players who are very bad with bankroll management, and they might sit down at a poker table with like 50% of their net worth.
That's a very common thing, and I'm sure if you ask most of the pros out there, at one point they had their whole bankroll, their whole net worth on the table at one point, or they go broke, they get staked. Oh, interesting spot here. What do you think about this one? She opened, or she might have flatted a raise, but with her stack,
Well, yeah, because we just kept
Yeah, it's
on with our
crazy.
conversation
Okay,
because I predicted there was not going to be a flop.
They were all tournament.
Correct.
And then my friend Liz was playing
Now, quite interesting, nobody has connected
ladies
with
play.
this board right
A
here.
lot of older Chinese ladies play.
Jiwen, did I say that correctly?
Jia.
Jia
Yeah,
has
Jia
played
won.
some hands very unorthodox here in the last few minutes. We saw the 9-3 suited.
And
Mahjong has like different, like thousands of rules in Mahjong. The rules
yeah,
of Mahjong is like thousands of. Yeah,
So
many
Pan
different.
Boy here is betting
Even you're Chinese, you
50k
don't know.
into
You don't know the
200.
from she moved
From
And a
that.
quarter of a pot bet.
when she was little, but yeah.
Now Xu Jia won here. She doesn't really want to give up this pot that easily, right?
Yelling, I'm like, what the hell?
Maybe she's feeling confident that because she has position, might have a good read on this person, that she can navigate post flop. And here we go. Look at this.
Raises to 105,000 in chips. Man, oh man, I would not predict this is how the hand was going to be
Hey,
played.
this is next level poker stuff. This is where I have to go to ChatGPT and be like, what is going on here? Please tell me, how does this make sense? Love it.
I said that is Paul still in?
Now it's his time to go into the tank. He's really thinking about this. Try to break down the hands she could possibly have. I mean, a queen could possibly be in her range if she, flatted there with ace queen. King queen possibly, just depending on how wide her range is. With the two hearts out there, she could choose this spot to just raise up like she did. I can't see hands like 8s and 9s really playing this way. And wow, look at that.
Stud. What a star.
You do not need good cards to win pots. Getting schooled right there.
Hats off. That's a play.
Now that brings Xu Jiawen to 64 big blinds now, second in chips on this on this feature table. And
She manufactured that stack right
She
there.
did. She
it's not
did
like she
very
just won a
much
big
so.
coin flip and double
No,
up.
no.
She made that happen.
No, you don't need to pick up good cards to win pots here.
And since you're a tournament veteran pro, is it pots like that? Is it rounds like she's had here that separate the average from the good from the great?
I can't say I've done what she's done.
You don't flat the 9-3 suited and
No, I think that it might have been the way I played in first 3 months of learning the game. But as you learn about the game more and you study the game more, you tighten your ranges. You're playing, certain percentages of that range. But yeah, no, I can't say I have called a 4-bet pre with 8 suited offsuit.
with those stacks.
With
yeah.
those stacks. And after, faced with a C-bet, decided to go for a raise. No, it takes a lot of heart to do that. And, heart she has. Yeah. And fun player to watch on this feature table. Definitely
Certainly
wakes you
fun.
up.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were just talking about. Do you think she does that if we're not streaming, if she's not on the feature table? Interesting.
I kind of feel like yes.
And
Ace
here we are with
queen.
this must feel like the nuts to her compared to 8-9 off and 9-3.
Definitely. She's reaching for raising chips by the looks of it.
Isn't it amazing the momentum and karma poker gives you, where she pulls off that play and gets rewarded with a great spot here immediately? She looks locked in.
54,000 is the bet. Is 3-bet from Xu Jiawen here. A player who just won a massive pot with 9-8 offsuit.
So since I'm not super familiar with the tournament scene, so far just in the half hour we've spent together watching these hands, there's been a lot of very small 3-bets.
Correct.
Min-raise, slightly over min-raise.
Yes.
How long has that been part of the tournament scene?
Always.
It's always, okay.
Always.
in
It's
these
nothing
spots.
like the cash games. See, so the way I look at cash games and tournament is for a cash game player to become a decent tournament player, it's very easy to do. Okay?
Average, yeah.
But for a tournament player to become a good cash game player, it's a different ballpark. It's a very different game, and it requires a lot more effort. You know, to play a 10, 20, 30 big blind stack, you have a formula. You have, you know, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do.
Yeah. A lot more pre-flop and flop.
Exactly.
You're not really getting to turns and rivers after 3 shoots of betting, and when you still have a 500 big blind stack on the river, right?
Yeah, and you're not going to see, like, you know, usually a lot of the pots, especially the ones we've seen, are heads-up pots. You know, it's really rare you have 4 or 5 players in a pot, right? Anytime it's more than 2, it's actually one of those more rare occasions. You know, there's always going to be someone out there who's looking to isolate. There's someone out there who's always tried to get a heads-up as much as they can. It's a lot easier to win a pot heads-up than if there was 4 or 5 players in the pot, right? But in cash games, it's a bit different, right? You're kind of trying to hit a hand to kind of bust your player stack.
Correct. You have a lot more implied odds when you're playing, whereas the 4 or 5 suited in a tournament, when you're sitting with a 20 big blind stack, you don't really have showdown value. It's not the same as when you're playing super deep, and a 4 or 5 suited can have a huge return and stack that 1,000 big blind stacks. Yeah, definitely a little different here. Call this the Phil Hellmuth hand. You know why? 2 black 9s. It's the hand Phil Hellmuth won the 1989 World Series of Poker main event with. 2 black 9s, which of course set his career on the right path to become one of the GOATs. Shout out to you, Phil. I'm good friends with Phil Hellmuth, so give him some love.
Yeah, it's amazing what he's able to accomplish. You kind of like, oh, you know, in the past, the fields are small. It's not that difficult to win a tournament. But he's able to do it even in the recent years where the field is like 1,000 players. You know, it's absolutely amazing to still be able to win bracelets at this point.
Yeah, love him or hate him. He's obviously very polarizing. People think that he's bad or he's the brat or whatever. But he has certainly evolved and been around now for decades, literally decades. And even through the 90s and the 2000s, now into the GTO era, he's figured out a way to adjust. And people hate on his game, but his results continue to... We have a juicy flop here. Sorry, Phil. We got to interrupt you because we're going to see some action here.
Now we see a set of 9s betting 20K into... On this board,
I got to go say hi to Schwan Lu. Be right back.
A7, top pair, not going to go anywhere. On that turn, bold is going to check it over to the player with a set of 9s. A7 is pretty tough to really call down multiple barrels at this point.
Hi, folks. Sorry we went dark for a second. Xuanlu, the one and only Xuanlu, just walked into the building, and Celine and I went to say hi and stepped away from the table. But yeah, here we are. Tough spot here for Bold. Can he find the fold? Preserve that stack. Tough spot. Ooh, and he shows the ace as well. I was trying to see if he'd get a glimpse at lose cards. "56 players remain. We are playing down to 16 today." DJ Washburn here with a little guest commentary spot. If you're unfamiliar, I am from America. I live in Los Angeles right now. In the poker world, you might know me from Hustler Casino Live, Poker Night in America, both as a player and an on-air media personality talent. Selena here and the Lord Poker Tournament staff and AA Poker invited me to be part of this week. Jump in the booth a little bit for some guest commentary, maybe give you all some insight on the poker world, share some stories, compliment some fashion here, praise the players that find the open with the king-8 off. Great baccarat hand.
Xue Jiawen here, raising up to 24k. Li Qing is going to come along with the ace-6 of spade. Oh, what a flop for ace-6. Hopefully Xue Jiawen is not going to get too creative on this board.
Oh, you inhaled it.
No, we have seen her kind of being relatively out of line, you know, and this board is something that she might just do that with. So could be a really good spot here for Li Qing to win some chips.
Talk about a gin flop.
Yeah, and
for an
against
ace-6.
against one of the best players to pick up a hand like that against. You know, 13k bet. Very, very small. Oh my God, talk about fishing. Xu Jiawen on the turn, still with just king. I mean, a pair of sixes, but king high kicker. Bets 13k.
Decides to donk. Oh, she must have liked that 13k bet.
Yeah, really small. It's kind of having to really think about what she's going to be doing that with on this turn. It could be a heart draw. There's a chance. You know.
She must have intention here on the river because obviously her hand doesn't really have much equity, showdown value. But you think she's betting small, keep his range wide, and
yeah, not a great river here for him in the sense that, like, is he now going to be worried that a queen could be in her range? But, you know, it's not going to stop him from betting and try to
What's
extract
the size, though? Is he going to
value.
target ace high, king high? Or maybe like a possible flush?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to go with, like, probably, I would say 50K bet, maybe. I think that would be a nice sizing to get a lot of other hands to pay you off. 75. No, it looks like she's just checking her. Oh, did she call?
She did call. She
Oh,
called
she
with the
called
king
really
high.
quickly.
She did.
That's surprising because, she doesn't seem to really ponder over her decisions, making really quick ones here. I'm not going to be able to bluff her off a lot of hands.
Yeah. In the same way, 5 minutes ago, we talked about how she manufactured that chip stack and ran it up. It was the exact opposite there. She plays the king 8 voluntarily, king 8 off. Maybe not the most profitable thing, and finds herself in those spots. So I guess it's like a double-edged sword, those errors of omission or omission. Emission? Which is the one where you do more? Anyhow, a spot where she certainly could have avoided that, but was going for it. One of those higher risk, higher reward spots.
Nice Jia one here.
We just had a nice little chat with Xuan Lu, and she talked about, too, she loves the Asian poker tournaments and how there's just way more empowered women and females here.
Sure. I've known her for so long because, oh, man, she actually came out to Macau when Macau had the boom, and this was very early on. So, my goodness, I might have known her for 17, 18 years.
That's fantastic. And it seemed like you had, maybe before she really had a lot of her success, you were part of Poker Stars.
Yeah, that's
You were an
right.
ambassador there.
Yeah.
You were winning tournaments.
Yeah.
There weren't definitely as many female poker players having the success that you did back then.
Yeah. I think at the time, I would say in Asia, I was probably, the most well-known female poker player, right? But, as lives change and priorities change, I do have family now. I've got a little one. And I was just talking to Shuan about how short that period of time is, because they grow up so fast. And by the time she's 12, 13, which is only 6 short years from now, she might not want me around. Do you know what I mean? And poker is still going to be around, right? So I can have my comeback 6 years from now, make those WSOP final tables, you name it. And yeah, I'm not going to look back with the regret of not doing it earlier because I have that precious time with my daughter.
Love that. Speaking of regret here, Julie might regret putting it in if she cannot find a suck out.
Yeah, for Julie, it's been a bit of a tough feature table for her as she came to the table with a pretty good stack.
That is not a good flop for the ace-3 diamonds.
Yeah, but just unfortunately, there's nothing she really did wrong. But, it's just kind of small dwindling pots here and there. There was a pot where she did have pocket 9s versus 3s, and 3s did hit the set. And it was a player that was all in pre-flop as well. So it's unfortunate she had to double up that player as well. So it wasn't going her way. But still not a bad finish out of 968 entrants. Still a payday.
Deep run. Good for her. But yeah, what you were just talking about, being a parent and the evolution of your poker career, I'm sure all the people that you're watching right now that are parents can relate to how important it is to be around your kids at that age. I don't have any kids, at least that I know of. So I can't say firsthand that I experienced that, but love what you are doing. And I think also, too, in the past 10 years with solvers and GTO and all this, that if you're going to stay consistent in the poker tournament grind, the amount of time of the studying, of the reflection, of the repetition must be a full-time job if you're going to...
Yeah, definitely. But also the amount of times you feel really, really low. Do you know what I mean? Because with cash games, it's a little bit different in the sense that, sure, you can have a bad run of 6 months of just being down as well. But tournament, it can be so much longer, right? You could go through a 2-year period of just, getting bad beaten. And I remember there was one stretch of time I believe that I got pocket aces all in pre-flop against whatever hand it might be out there, and I lost them 11 times in a row.
11 times
Yeah,
in a row.
it's just ridiculous.
Sounds like
right?
a fairy tale.
Yeah, I know. It's so ridiculous. Yes, these are like small, you know, including a bunch of small side events and everything. But you're just like, statistically, how is this possible?
Wow. That's
right?
rough.
Yeah, and I do talk to some other tournament players, and they will tell me, oh, when they win an event, the high of that event now lasts for them only 30 minutes. Okay? But when they do bad or bust out of an event, they ponder over it for like 2 hours, feeling pretty low. Okay? So if you think about, you know, going out to the World Series and the times you're just kind of busting, and maybe possibly never making a final table of the World Series, that's a pretty brutal month out there.
Oh, brutal. What is the average amount of times like a good tournament player cashes? 10%, 15%? What's
Yeah, the ROI is actually really low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you imagine that's like a baseball player hitting 150 or 100?
Exactly.
You have so much defeat, so much
Yeah.
losing.
That's the argument they make is like, you know, that's why even if you play a heads-up match against someone like Phil Hellmuth, you have a good chance of actually winning heads-up, right? But imagine you playing a tennis match now with, you know, Djokovic. You have no chance whatsoever, just none, zero.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. Even if he's injured or possibly having to play a wheelchair,
Correct.
I don't know if you're going to do, you know,
Correct.
right? Yeah. So the beauty of poker is that anyone has a chance. Right, so you have all these tournament players coming in, right? It doesn't matter, you know, what walks of life you're from. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're male or female, right? There are players I've seen that's somewhat disabled where they have to get someone to look at the cards and tell them what holdings they have, and then they will reply back to them as to what to do, right?
Yeah.
I've seen things like this.
You
but they
are
can still
spot on.
compete on that same leveling field in poker. And did they at one point teach a monkey to play poker too?
I don't know. Well, look at this flop. So, Shui limped under the gun here with the ace-6 suited. Lee raised, and she flatted. And this flop, I mean, that's a good flop for both hands here.
Yeah,
Two big stacks at the table.
Pretty much, you know, as best of a hand as you can hope for. The Queen 8-5 two club board with the 8-6 of clubs is going to just raise it up right away with a 15k bet, you know, to 55k, and the chip leader on the table isn't going to get pushed off.
With the ace of clubs too, that's a big card in this spot.
For sure, calling the 40k. Now Jack does not help Xue Jiawen here. So in Chinese, the way the name is, Xue is actually her surname. So her last name is actually Xue. And then Jiawen is actually her name. Yeah, so it's always you put the surname first, and then you have the name second. So Li, you know, here is actually his surname with
Thank
Song
you for that.
Ling.
I'm such a fish
Oh,
with
no,
Asian names.
Yeah, it's really tough on that display because you have the English name with the name first and the last name. Then with the Chinese, you have it the other way around. So check for both players on this turn. Pot control. And here it is, the club. Xue Jiawen has that tick now next to her name with the flush. 194,000 in the middle.
Is there any spot you think where Song Lin will raise here with the nut blocker?
Yeah,
that would be something, especially as the chip leader. And we've already seen him try to boss people around, push them around.
Yeah, for sure. He does have that blocker for the nut flush, and he may use it to his advantage. He has seen what Xue Jiawen has been capable of doing.
It's very true. And her range here, limping under the gun.
Correct.
Can't have the ace 3 of clubs, ace deuce of clubs. Obviously, he's got the ace of clubs.
He's got the ace of clubs, but then he has to really think, you know, could a king of club kind of hand be her range? And very much so, right? And the question then you ask yourself is that, is she the kind of player I can get to fold?
Right.
And he does go for it.
Does.
There it is.
There we go. Yeah, because what king high flush draw cards could she have? She can't have king queen of clubs, right? King Jack of clubs, King 10 of clubs. Does she limp those or open onto the gun? I feel like she'd probably open that versus limp. So he's going for it. Clearly at this size, yeah, quick call. And they're going to have almost the identical stacks now.
Yeah, I like the way she turned over her hand. She's like, I got the goods, and you ain't gonna be pushing me around here. 1.1 million now in chips. Definitely one of the more exciting players on this table to watch.
She's been fun. We've
She's
seen her
been
mix it
really
up.
fun.
She's probably
Yeah.
VPIP the highest, at least in the hour I've been here, and she's locked in. Look at that. That look. She's ready to go. She's ready to battle. She'll take the 9-8 off on the 3-bet. Boom. She's ready to play. But to your thought, before that hand happened, you were talking about how anyone can win in poker. And I see this firsthand now in the cash games I play in, either on TV or in private, is you have these business people. You have these celebrities. You have movie directors, actors, athletes. And they love it because they can go up against a pro and have the chance to win.
For sure. And, you know, the thrill of being able to bluff off a pro, it feels good, you know. And a lot of times that they're going to it with the intention of just bluffing the pro.
Correct. And most successful people, especially athletes, they like competition. They want to be able to beat the best. They want to be, that feels natural to them. It's the cutthroat alpha male, alpha female type of instinct that playing high stakes poker, trying to beat the pros, is very appealing to them. They love it. So I think in the poker world, when you get in games like this, a lot of people wonder, they watch the poker on TV, it's like, how do I get in that game? How do I get to play with these players? Because most people are used to going to their casino, and you sit down at the 5-5 and then the 5-10. It's all the same regulars. It's the same John with the newspaper every Monday afternoon. It's the same hoodie guy that has the sunglasses on. But I guess where I'm going with that story is if there's a fine balance of, to get in the really good games and get in lineups with people that are necessarily not as good at poker but really good to play with, you have to have a good balance of a good table dynamic, a good personality, giving action. You can't be super nitty. You have to be able to let people or create a space and energy on yourself that other people like and enjoy. Because there are a lot of really good poker players that get in great games because people like being around them. And that matters, especially if you're trying to get in these lucrative games, these private games. So if you're watching and you're curious, just know that how you carry yourself at the table, how you speak to people, the energy, are you positive? Are you complaining? Are you making it hard for the dealers? Are you making it hard for the floor people? Those things do add up. And of course, your play at the table. Are you going to be fun and splashy and give action? Or are you going to just snipe? Of course, talking from this perspective is talking more on the cash game side versus tournaments. Tournaments, a little bit different. Can't really play as many hands, but the personality vibe, how you carry yourself, I think matters in all aspects. And Selena, I'm sure you can attest in all the poker you've played, the people that you like sitting next to and the people that are like, oh, you're really good at poker, but I like being at your table in the tournament because you're fun, you good energy, that type of thing.
Because sometimes, you know, a poker tournament is a long grind. Say, for example, these players spent almost 12 hours making it to day 2. And you want that time to just kind of like fly by, you know. So if you have fun people, personalities on the table to talk to, that time passes a lot faster than if everybody's wearing, you know, the headphones and just stare at their phones and so forth. blind 6k, 12k, 12k big blind ante. She being the smallest stack on the table with 17 bigs. .48 left in the field. We're inching closer to that final 16 players that makes it to the next day. Pocket sixes here for she. Calling the 12k. Lee Songling here with the kings. Not going anywhere, but does he call to trap maybe a player behind him, or does he just raise it up now to isolate the smaller stack? He is going for a raise, I believe he said. $35k to go. No, it's not good being faced with a 3-bet, especially when you don't have that much of a stack in you behind. She does opt to call and hopefully maybe try to hit a 6. Not a good flop for her, as she might actually go broke because it's a really good flop for 6s. And we've seen that Lee Songling here does not have just overcards, but he's got a pair of kings. He is going to bet this flop. And our question is just how much. Going for a really small bet. I think it's 25k chip he's just chucked out. She is going to just call here. Another small card now comes off. She checks once again. How much pressure is she going to be able to handle, and if she's going to still think she's ahead? And they do get it in. It's very bad news for she here. She needs to catch any 4 or any 6. We see that some of them have been folded, only 4 outs left for her. And that is not it. Kings improve. And with that, we're going to go on a break of about 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back with feature table coverage.
For the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the rise, rise on the rise. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。
TLPT anyone could be a star. TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Man, this is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One boom is played. Rise, 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 this is a game that rewrites time. Crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every chip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Man, this is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One boom is played, you could rise, 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 this is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star。你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One boom is played, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every chip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。
TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be.
Welcome back to our feature table with 47 players left in this circuit main event, day 2. We've got a new table for you guys. We had such an entertaining 2 hours of watching a female poker player who just steamrolled the table. You might have missed some of the hands, but I don't know if you caught it. But man, she was just making things work for her.
Yeah, I did catch a lot of the coverage with you and DJ Washburn, and it was just fantastic. That is the kind of poker we love to see, especially on day 2. And I have to say, especially when it works out.
Yeah.
You know, often you can kind of blow up playing that style, but when you build a stack and really make a run for it, man, it's fun to watch. I did hear you concede that you, over your long and storied career, had never made the kind of move she had. Because to your point, you know, once you learn what you're supposed to do, your brain just stops you from going too wild.
Yeah, because, you know, my first night of ever learning poker, I was just nutters, right? But it was more like I was bluffing everyone off their hand, and I didn't know how to put on the brakes, right? And I didn't know what to do. But to me, it was just so fun getting people to fold.
Yeah, I totally relate. That is certainly what attracts you to the game early on. And I think the people who, like you and to a certain extent myself, like bluffing end up maybe having some longevity in poker because the default state is aggression. And you do need that, you know. But then you learn some ranges and your brain just doesn't let your hand put chips into the middle too far behind. But as we saw, can work out. To have one familiar name back on our table, it's Sanjian Feng from our Mystery Bounty final table yesterday. Very accomplished poker professional. We'll let you know about the rest of the players as well. So 47 left, Selena playing down likely to the final two tables of 16. We're moving along. We've had about 4.5 hours today, so not counting the breaks. 4 levels, 4 hours of play. Gone down from 144 to 47. Lost nearly 100 players. Now, would you expect things to get a little bit slower? Do you think, you know, those in the main event, they're valuing making it to day 3 as a milestone? Or is the idea to just keep your eyes on the prize of the final table, keep playing aggressively?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, like, to me, the kind of speed we have seen some of these final tables play is not what I'm used to. But that being said, this prize pool is actually much more significant, right? So that has to be something I hope the players take into account, you know? So, yeah, maybe we do see more of, like, tighter ranges and, you know, players less willing to get it in. But, hey, who knows, you know? We always seem to guess it around here in the booth.
That has been the story of the coverage, and I like it. Just goes to show how fun and unpredictable the players are. You're right about that prize pool. I mean, so far we covered the opening event, and first place prizer was about 29,000 USD, and now we're talking about 220,000 USD. Not to mention the high roller ticket as well. Nearly $250,000, my word. So lots of pressure on this feature table to perform, considering we've had a fun couple of ones to kick off the day. All China in terms of the flags on this one.
Dong Shuchen here with less than 10 bigs. Only 135k is gonna get it in with a mystery hand. We don't know what he's shoving here with, but big blind here has king 3 of clubs. He has a big stack, but I don't know if his hand is gonna be able to call here. Oh wow, really good hand for Dong Shuchen to have against the king 3.
The shove is about 8 bigs. Feels on the higher side for the king 3 suited. We do let it go. Should mention that now we're down to 47, which means we've locked up 5,400 USD, 8.2 million on a 1.5 million buy-in. 5.5x already. Not a bad day at the office for these 47. But it's far from over. Need to keep the eyes on the prize. For now, the milestone, as we were just discussing, will be to make it a day 3. Next page jump at 39 takes you to about 6.3k US. And minimum payout on the final table is 17,000. Ace-8 being folded from the cutoff. Good discipline, I have to say. Maybe a tad too tight. We can certainly open and evaluate if we face resistance, but with the blinds at 8-16, I don't think he felt that he had the room to maneuver. Shikai having a great day so far. Came in with 400k in chips. Now near $1 million. And Lin Tao, second in chips coming into the day, has increased his stack by about 15% to $1 million. And he has the GTO Wizard hand facing the open from the small. And a big open, mind you, 3.5x. So we just call in position, kind of a disguised ace, and we flop the nut flush draw. This could spell trouble for Shi, but the middling cards on the flop make him just check, not continue on this board. He expects way too much of Lin's range to call in position, and not to mention, the golden rule is to avoid big stacks that cover you when you are a big stack yourself. Yeah, I might not be surprised by just a check fold here. We have 5 high after all. Lin makes it look easy. She will have to wonder for a while whether he's being bullied in position by the largest stack or whether Lin actually had something as strong as it turns out he did, but that is the problem with poker. Do have to respect the big stacks. So curious for an update for the person who started out as the chip leader in day 2. By no means a guarantee that things will go in your favor. Came in with about $1 million. Lin Tao now increases to 1.1. Shortest stack on the table is under 10 bigs. Meanwhile, the biggest stack opens. Shan, 1.4 million. King, queen suited. +2. What a day he's had thus far as well. Came in with 370k. Up to 1.4. Can imagine a few scalps were collected along the way. Ace-8 defends and Jack 9-8. Neither player hating this board. Bottom pair, top kicker for Wang. Got shot to the nuts. Pre-flop betting lead. He's in position. We'll just check behind. Kings, queens, and tens live. That is a break. I think Wang might realize he's ahead. Yeah, he's instantly reaching for chips. Very impressive. Should end up getting value, although there is a chance that Shan could be up to no good and might raise in position. No, we just see him flicking the 25k, so off to the river to determine the fate of the spot, and it comes a king. The rich about to get richer, as they say, because top pair never going anywhere. Ace-8. Pretty miserable after the call. The backdoor diamonds have come in as well. I think we can just check fold this. These are the moments that end up being make or break. The board will run out like it does. The question is, how do you respond to it? And he finds a check. mildly enticing value bet. About a third a pot, maybe a tad more. Wang shouldn't look too dejected. I mean, he had bottom pair. May have gotten outdrawn on the river as he seems to know, but the bluffs are few and far in between. Ace queen perhaps, ace 10. Yeah, pieces it together. Got value when he had bottom pair. Folded when he got outdrawn. That's pretty good poker.
对，我靠，牛逼！牛，真的。啊？对，打得好，真的，真可以选。Nice ball。什么颜色？黑桃。那应该是真的。我看到的呀。我缺3方块。我缺3方块都没有。我是退方。
I think ace 4 suited might qualify from the cutoff. Ace 8 should qualify on the button as well. Lin, weighing his options, decides to let it go. Good discipline in general. In this case, had the best hand by far. We've peeled with Jack 10 in the small. Feels a little too frisky. It's not easy to play from the small blind out of position on every street. And then if you flop, let's say a Jack, a 10, do you really feel that good against the cutoff open? Not to mention, if you flop a Jack or a 10, some overcards also likely. We have priced in the big blind with the Queen 6 of clubs and actually the Jack 10. Flopping way the best of it. So far, so good in terms of the decision. Another 9. Changes nothing in terms of the holdings of each of the players, but suddenly a Jack looks pretty weak, but he's reaching for chips. Yeah, gets the job done. Never mind everything I said. Jack 10 from the small blind makes total sense. What if you know you're going to flop a Jack and then have the ability, more importantly, to fire multi-away on the 9 Jack King 9 3 diamonds board? But I should say, if you don't think you'll do that, maybe you cannot peel. Quick fold to the cutoff. Queen Jack. Then slowly ascending. 1.1 million now, easy open. Wang couldn't resist with the suited 1-gapper, and certainly Jiang Peng with the suited connector, the suited 0-gapper. Should be looking to come long. Off we go to a flop. Oh, this is connected all the way. Top pair. Good kicker for Lin. Look at the sneaky double gut shot for the button. A 6 or a 10. The double belly buster for Wang. And the more obvious but equally potent open-ender for Jiang Peng. Any 4, any 9. Should be looking at 2 callers here, which will really throw off Lin. With just a pair of jacks in this spot. There's the first caller. Ordinarily, playing this hand as a check raise is possible, but with 2 hearts on the board, not to mention 2 different better straight draws possible, as we see the 9-7 and indeed the 10-9. Yeah, we're just calling and hoping to somehow drill it with an offsuit 4, offsuit 9. Instead, it's the 3rd heart, and Lin's hand becomes stronger, although he might not love the ace. Yeah, we're playing pot control now in Lin's shoes. Certainly open to calling if bet into with that heart. But looking to get to showdown, and get to showdown might be a little bit easier now that both players have missed, and multi-way might feel the pinch when it comes to bluffing. Check once more. Does Wang want to take the fact that he has 0 showdown value and turn the 9-7 into a bluff? What can he represent? I guess we're gonna find out. Certainly, Queen 10 could be in the mix. Peel in the flop, maybe with a heart. Make the nut straight of sorts. Some 2-pair combos possible as well. Very tough call for Lin to make. Although he does block a heart, it's less relevant because Wang did not bet in position on 4th Street. Oh, he's made an excellent call. How did he do that? These players are just something else. They're bringing a lot of creativity to their bluffs and loving the hero calls as well.
I hope I haven't missed too much action.
Yeah, at the end there, you think you're finding that call, Selena? 3rd pair, multi-way pot. Just piecing it together somehow.
Yeah, that could be one of those things where, you know, there is a possibility that a player has been bluffing. And, you know, some people have looked up in certain spots. That could be one of the reasons why he went with that call. It could also be that he has so much chips. And you know what they say about being curious.
Yeah, well, in this case, it doesn't kill the cat. 86 bigs, to your point, after that pickup for Lin Tao. 1.4 million, came in 2nd in chips in the entire tournament. With about 900k, has added 500 to his stack.
Cut off Wang Yulin here with the pocket tens.
It's pretty fun to hear some of the cash game discussions you guys were having on the stream, just because both you and I don't get into the cash game. Certainly the live cash game streets as much. I'll certainly dabble a little bit in the PLO online streets, but is that an aspect of the game you miss at all? You know, every once in a while?
No, not at all. I can't do those. The idea of, you know, if the fish is still awake, I have to stay awake.
Right.
And kind of the, you know, kind of singling out someone, just kind of be like, yeah, he's my target and I want to take my money from him. Just was never, you know, something that I liked. And the late nights, yeah, can't do it. Can't do it. I'm in bed and falling asleep at 10 p.m.
I have noticed that. You're also up at 6 a.m. and you're a mom, so that makes a lot of sense. Don't know that cash games suit the mom lifestyle.
No, definitely not. I've never been a cash game player because back in the days, even when I kind of wanted and kind of, you know, tested the waters in Macau when it comes to cash games, it was really, really good. It was like the golden era of poker. But the problem was, it was like you're allowed to smoke on the table. And there are players who were just lighting cigarette after cigarette. And there were times where they were not smoking, but they would just place it on the table in an ashtray. So I played for 2 months and coughed for 6. And I just could not justify, you know, the money and health aspect of
the
it.
life EV.
Exactly. I just couldn't, you know. And, you know, obviously they changed for the better and they decided to ban smoking at the table. They've got smoke rooms now in all the casinos. But yeah, just kind of never really went back to it after that.
So ever since there was a bit of regulation in India, cash games have made a comeback. But let me just pause in case we see Shen put on the cape. Now, he did call chasing the open-ender against the top boat, thanks to the pocket tens and the 10 on the turn. And now we've hit a 9. You mentioned something just now when it came to Lin calling it off, that sometimes you have too many chips and you look up your opponent. This seems way too weak, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does. But at the same time, you're like, okay, well, I do have... Because on that board, you're just like, well, you try to pretty much come up with what kind of hand your opponent can have. And you kind of like, well, do they make a straight here? Could they just have a bare 7 that decided to turn it into a bluff on this river? Sometimes if you can come up with one hand your opponent might have, you might just be going, you know what, I call, and it'll just be streamed and just make me look really good.
I know what you mean. It's the forever on the internet equity. And we do make a very aggressive hero call. Slight shake of the head, understandable. 209k added for Wang, which means he's up to 643. Yeah, I think you nailed it there. We're on the stream. We get the high fives. We'll get to show this to our friends if we were right every time it comes up. Who's better at poker? Barely a dent to the monster stack though. Does drop him to second place on the chip count, but still with about 85 bigs.
Yeah, I think one of those things that poker has taught me as well is kind of like how far you're willing to go and do things that doesn't bring you happiness and joy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me more. So you just mentioned what you chose not to do with the cash games. Any other examples come to mind?
Well, because like, you know, you do hear a lot of people be stuck at their 9 to 5, just absolutely hating their job, right? But you're like, you know, you're stuck in the grind. You've got mortgages to pay. You've got car loans, you name it. It's essentially, you know, one of those cases where you can't get out of the rat race. You know, the system of education is built so that you have more and more of these 9-to-5 grinders to keep the economy running, right? That's kind of essentially the gist of it. But as a poker player, you kind of learn that like you have the freedom, you know, a little bit more than your average person. And I was, you know, very much blessed in the sense that I was a sponsored poker pro, and, you know, I was traveling the world and playing not on my own dime, right? But at the same time, that allowed me, I guess, the ability to kind of more pick and choose what the things that I wanted to do to make me happy than the ones, you know, that I could have done that would have made me a lot more money, but it didn't make me happy. You know, and that is also one of those things where, you know, it was tough for me to have gone from being that poker celebrity to now handing over trophies to other winners, right? Like it's like on the different side of things. I used to be the one getting interviewed, and now I'm doing the views, right? It's very different. It's you know, congratulating other people on their wins, handing over the trophy, and, you know, yeah, but take a very different. Not the spotlight anymore. It's a spotlight, but in a different way, right? You know, it is tough because I do see the success of some of the females who have gone on with continue with their poker career, and you know, obviously, like Shuan that stopped by, she comes to mind. She has had an amazing, you know, being the first female to win one of the Triton events and so forth. You kind of look at that, and there is a bit of part of you that's like, you know, you have that kind of feel like, oh damn, like I wish I could have done that too, you know. But at the same time, you're like, well, I do have a lot of things in my life, and I would never ever give up, you know, my family life, like my relationship with Brandy, and, you know, my daughter. Like that's something that is so special to me. For anything, you name it. Like, doesn't matter how much money you put in front of me and how many trophies you say you could have won, I would never exchange for that.
Yeah, I really love you talking about this, especially on stream, and it just goes to show that poker can be a tool at different stages of life, right? Like in your 20s and in general, early part of your career, you treat it a certain way. I sense your experience of this transition of getting trophies to handing trophies. I think it's slightly fresh, maybe, so you're getting used to it. There's, you know, 5 more days to go of giving out some trophies here at TLPT. But barring getting used to that, you know, poker might mean something different to you at this stage. And one of the aspects of poker that I loved, it kind of applied to investing as well back when I was kind of picking that up, is that you can do it for life.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it at your pace, your speed. You can do it online. You can do it live. You can do it tournaments, cash, or just home games. Just really is beautiful. So really glad you shared that, not just with me, but anybody watching and listening. I'm sure a lot of people, and especially women, can relate. And it doesn't need to be poker, right? Like, there's a lot of careers that go on hiatus for the same reason and maybe feel the same way. Do you want to get back to that? But very curious about this decision, Selena. Pocket eights with a short stack. I mean, surely this is too much of a hand to let go. And to the extent we can find the call, it's going to be super favorable.
Yeah, but he is faced with a raise and a shove in front of him, which makes it a little bit tough in most cases to now get it in with the eights.
So results aside, good fold there, as per you?
Man, it's tough. You know, it's literally that one hand that's so borderline.
Yeah, nines,
right?
I think, super
exactly.
easy.
You know how you cut it, somebody would ask you, oh, what's the cutoff? Well, that might just be it, you know? So, yeah, I think either way, you can argue a fold, you know, or a call there. I wouldn't, you know, really be like, oh, no, that was wrong.
And in that sense, I do admire the discipline, you know, especially, maybe I'm projecting, but it's not discipline I would have in his shoes. Obviously, in this case, we see he would have been in a great spot, but most of the time, that discipline is going to serve him well. So with 8.5 bigs, how many of us just go like, yeah, let's just get it in, let's hope for the best. You know, we'll play properly when we have 20 bigs. But to really make a tough decision like he did with 8.5 bigs, I really respect it. Don Shu Chang will wait for a better spot. I don't think the Queen 8 right now will qualify.
And sometimes you'd be surprised at how much fold equity you do have with, you know, 8 something bigs, players are still going to be relatively tight calling you. It's not like you only have, 3. So yeah, like, he could definitely kind of decide to pick a hand to shove with rather than just call it off there.
I have a friend who's a poker coach, and he once said, I can be an absolute villain with 8 big blinds.
Yeah, it's everybody plays those kind of stacks so differently, and I've seen some people play in such an unconventional way where they don't just shove or fold and just somehow make it really work for them. I don't know, like, I know how to just do it, but yeah, they don't just shove, and it's pretty amazing the kind of like creativity people can come up with.
Yeah, you're getting into like 2 streets with like 9 bigs, 1 big blind C bets, 1.4 big blind, double barrels. It's actually an aspect of the game that's being studied more and more, because the deeper you get in the tournament, the more chances are that you do find yourself short stacks. So those decisions are worth a lot more money because you're going to be much deeper in the tournament. And so as a result, doing a lot of study is actually a really good ROI in terms of your win rate as a tournament player.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so the idea of being on the road, busting tournament after tournament, maybe you have a deep run here and there, a final table, whatever, and then going to the next stop, repeating it, doing the same. It's like Groundhog Day, right? But then, yes, mum life is very similar to that, but then at the, end of each night, I get to watch that sweet face fall asleep, and it just warms my heart so much, and the amount of joy I get by just smiling at her and just watching her sleep and just talking to her, and just that little journey she takes you on every time you converse. It's so precious. It really is, And she's at that age where she knows just enough to be like super adorable, right? And then the stuff she could come up with is just so cute and smart and everything. You're just like, there is, no chance I would want to be on the road and miss any of it.
Would you say this is your favorite age so far, the 6 to 7?
Yeah, I think so. I think that everybody talks about like the terrible 2s and so forth. I think that comes down to their inability to communicate, right? They want to, but they just don't know how yet. They don't know how to use their words. So she's at that stage where she can use her words very well. She can read really, really well, borderline like, like probably a grade 3-4 level. She loves writing. She can write a whole chapter of like a novel she just comes up with. She can type it out on the computer. So just the amount of like growth, and I see it being a lot of effort right now, and I actually put into her as well, right? It comes out, and then she like would test the water. She's not afraid, right? You could tell she's a kid who's like very curious, and she knows she's not going to get in trouble.
But does she know what mommy and daddy do or did?
She knows poker, but she doesn't understand how the game works.
Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
she knows we commentate and we do, she kind of thinks, oh, mommy, dad is famous. She kind of like thinks that, right? And yeah.
Now I will say, and I'm not suggesting you do this by any means, but I've always wondered what it would be like if you teach good poker to someone right from the start, especially at an impressionable age. So by good poker, I mean you avoid all the pitfalls that every player goes through, learning on your own, playing home games, just a wider range of hands that you tend to play. Wow, we do see the pocket 8s, not wanting to be in a difficult spot, multi-way on the King 6-7 board. So Jiang getting the job done with a C-bet.
That particular hand, a lot of players sometimes would just check his spot as the first, with his ace-queen. Just because you have 2 other players in the pot with you, there is a very good chance someone does have a king in their hand. So in multi-way pots, you do see players tend to give up that spot a lot by just, possibly checking and so forth. But he just takes it down with the C-bet.
Yeah, we're seeing people being really relentless with the aggression, with the C-betting. In this case, getting quite a good hand of fold. We'll see 1 street field usually with those middling pairs that were under rep pre-flop with 1 overcard, but it does get tricky, to navigate, so can't really blame the fold either. But yeah, coming back to it, what's the plan in terms of teaching Nova. And as I was saying, there's always this temptation to sort of dodge all the pitfalls that you went through in your own poker career. Does that ever cross your mind?
Yeah, so for me, like I said, being a sponsored ambassador, that really made me feel so lucky, right? Because I didn't have to worry about like bankroll management and all that kind of stuff. I pretty much just played the sponsored tournament. It's actually really weird for me to buy into a tournament with my own money. Like I never really had to ever do that, right? So, I was so lucky in that sense, but I recognize this community and, like you say, the pitfalls is something you have to be quite well, like you need to be of a certain maturity to navigate. So usually when you're too young, it's never good to find poker. It's because you get then, maybe a taste of victory really early. And, everybody thinks they're a better poker player than they really are. You can go broke really easily, right? And there are a lot of poker players that, even if some of the ones that's so accomplished that you would never think could go broke, and they end up going broke. Or you hear some of them playing for like 1-2% of their action as well, right? So even if they have a huge score, it's so minimal to like what they're actually going to make out of it.
Can I tell you a funny joke on this? It's like a poker joke. Guy wins a tournament, and he's being interviewed afterwards, and he says, "Well, what are you going to do with the winnings?" And he says, "Well, half to the backers."
Yeah.
And he's like, "What about the other half?" And he says, "Well, the rest of them will have to wait."
Oh God!
And it is true. I mean, people play a lot with backers, but you can be in huge makeup because variance is so high. You might be in a huge hole.
Exactly. Yeah. So, ideally, for Nova, I don't mind her learning that game, but I don't want her to really kind of do it on that real money side of things, more like a board game. Do you know what I mean? So if she treats poker, she plays it like she would play Catan or chess, then I'm by all means really okay with that. But I think that, that once the whole money aspect gets involved, you don't make the best decisions at times because of the money factor. And when you're young, certain parts of your brain is just not developed properly.
Especially when it comes to money.
Exactly.
It's just like a crazy concept.
It is. And the ability to regulate your emotions as well, right? Or have certain empathy or everything, right? Or even just empathy towards yourself, right? You need to have a certain amount of maturity. And I'm glad that, for me, I found poker towards my late 20s. So, I was able to see a lot of people kind of didn't last very long in this industry. And I learned from other people's mistakes instead of making my own. So I was really, really lucky in that sense.
Yeah, that's a great point. And hopefully with the amount of resources out there today, the newer crop has a slightly better experience than certainly people in our sort of era had, where going broke was just a rite of passage.
Mm-hmm. You
sort of wore it with pride. Sometimes it was about how many times you went broke.
Yeah. Definitely. I think Brent Kenny is one of those really classic examples, because I think he's kind of said that he doesn't remember how many times he's gone broke, right? But how many of those success stories are you really going to hear? Because you're only going to hear the ones that did manage to come out on top.
Oh yeah, it's pure survivorship bias.
Exactly. But all the names you don't hear anymore and so forth, the ones that, are buried in debt. And now and then you always get like, a Twitter out there, someone calling someone out for owing people how much ever money.
I follow that.
Yeah, and then you're just like, oh, I had no idea this person's broke, right? They can't even afford to pay back someone $50K. That's surprising to me.
So on a much lighter note, not $50K and, going broke when it's your livelihood, which is the danger when you're a professional poker player. But when I was playing for fun on the side, and I had a pretty good job, as I was mentioning earlier and yesterday, I would go to play cash games, as you do, at night, come back late in the morning. Sometimes I needed to catch a bus that took like a couple of hours. And, you know, in the first year of your job, you're just about making ends meet, right? You got to pay your security deposit, you're buying furniture. So, you know, 6 months into it, you don't have too much money saved up. I went to play a session. I come back, and in the bus ride back, I realize I am dead broke. I have not a penny to my name. And that's okay, because my paycheck is coming in a couple of days.
Yeah.
But what about those couple of days? You know, I am penniless. You know, I had some roommates, and I was just like so ashamed to ask to borrow money. But thankfully, for 6 months, I've been putting all my change into a cup. And when I came back home off that bus and looked at that cup full of change, and found out that there was a coin machine nearby, if I could take a long walk to, carried it in a plastic bag, dumped it in the coin machine, gave me $50. Oh, how it saved me. And you gotta have that moment, you know, that lesson, to never be in that situation again. But as you were saying, you know, even with bankroll management earlier, and as you were mentioning, 10,000 to your name, 5,000 buy-in, like, it's all youth.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
all
it's a
youth.
rite of passage.
Yeah, it's like being so reckless physically that you just feel like you're invisible. You're some kind of superhuman until you break like a few bones and it humbles you, right? That's kind of
exactly
like what it's like in poker sometimes for people.
But if I could glorify poker a bit, you know, life finds a way to give you those lessons anyway. And poker is maybe just one of many ways to learn those lessons.
Yeah, I think poker expedites how quickly you need to learn
That's
these
right.
life lessons. Yeah, so I asked my daughter what she wants to be when she grows up, and because I think she has such a positive influence from her teachers, she says she wants to be a teacher. And to me, that's so nice to hear, because poker is not one of those things where you feel like you give back to the community, right? But being a teacher, if she could teach these little ones, you know, her values, and, you know, what I get told is that what matters to kids at such a young age is actually the people around them. Right, it's not like, you know, how much ABC they learn, how much math they learn. It's about the influence of the people they're surrounded with. And if you're a good teacher, then you can really influence the lives of those children.
Would poker teacher count? No. Are you going back as a poker teacher?
I don't know. I think that, like, I could teach more like the life lessons of poker.
Yeah.
Right, rather than, you know, because if you sometimes you ask me to break down, like, you know, certain plays and thought process, because the thing is, like, for example, that 9-8 hand, right? I mean, I could never myself play that hand profitably, but she can. So then some people see her and go, wow, that goes so cool. That's such a cool play. And then they think of her as being an awesome poker player, right? So how do you kind of go from there, right? So there's somebody like, oh, I want to learn how she does that, right? I'm like, sorry, I can't teach you how to do that.
I mean, that's a broader point about poker philosophy in general. Like, sure, there's solvers with this sort of GTO approach, but I think especially in live poker, there's just so many variables that I think there is merit to different styles potentially teaching their own style. It's kind of like, maybe one example would be how different people teach different ways to do business or to make money in general. You know, there's so much coaching online these days. And maybe all of them are valid to a certain extent. Obviously, there are certain fundamentals that you cannot break in poker. And certainly jamming ace-queen is one of those fundamentals, but he's run into the pocket kings.
Pocket kings of the chip leader on this feature table, Shen Ying Chao here. Just gonna Hollywood a little bit, you know. Hopefully somebody else hoping to possibly, you know, have other people come along and show over the top.
And
something like nines would be great.
And you were actually mentioning this spot on a previous coverage that you want to be flat calling the top of your range here, so you can occasionally, let's say you have pocket tens in this spot, you don't want to get blown off the hand, so you want to flat call those as well and make sure you're not exploitable by people jamming behind. Well, all that said, the huge jam, nearly 24 bigs, is it? Unfortunately, running into the second nuts pre-flop. Still needs to catch an ace. There's been a few folded because the equity seems quite low at 17%. Yeah, we can see 2 aces folded, just 1 out. Backdoor wheel draw as well. And how about a 4 for the extra sweat? Never easy. The jack will seal it. 1.7 million now for the chip leader, and GG to Jiang Peng.
Shen Yinchao now catapults to 170 big blinds with 43 left.
With that elimination and assuming maybe 1 or 2 more amongst the outer tables, closing in on yet another pay jump, 39th place, good for 6,300, about $900 more than the 5,400. So not this page I'm selling that, but the next one will be 1 full buy-in. So, you know, things are getting pretty serious pay ladders wise. ICM may be coming into play a little bit. You know, when we hit a pay jump and we're, let's say, 5-6 spots away, maybe you don't make decisions accordingly, but certainly wouldn't blame people acting differently when they're on the pay jump. But I guess this is where it makes a difference in terms of your attitude towards the tournament, right? Are you grinding those pay jumps, or are you just looking to at least make it a day 3 and maybe ship the tournament?
Yeah, I don't think I ever, you know, grind those pay jumps. Maybe sometimes, like on the bubble, it might be a bit different, especially like, say, if the bubble for like a Paradise event being like 25k or whatever, the ones that PokerStars has run in the past, you know, yeah, definitely. But then, you know, once you're in the money, I think that like it's really about accumulated chips for me. Yeah.
And even in terms of the math of tournament poker, ICM sort of disappears as soon as you hit the money and slowly creeps its way back up as we make it to the final table. So it's only going to increase with every elimination, yes, but it's also the lowest it will be at any point in the tournament from this point till the end.
Yeah, because that's the speed where we see so many players was lining up for their payout, is because, you know, they were like kind of maybe at that point just getting it in, and it could be just getting it in light because they're just like, oh, I need to build a stack, right? So they might have even played differently to how they would normally play and just pushing too much action at times, you know, instead of being more patient. There is, you know, like you said, you can make so much, like 8 big blinds, you can really make it work for you. And if you're patient, you know, you can make those cash out jumps, you know, ladder up a bit as well, and just treat each chip, you know, like it's your last, and it is, right? Like you don't want to just, like with the ace queen hand, I get how it's a strong enough hand, but at the same time, for example, if he had raised and then pocket kings came with a 3-bet and he decided to just call and he sees a flop, he could very well just check fold as well. So he would still be in the tournament and he would still be somewhat comfortable at that point because he had actually so many big blinds to start the hand with.
Yeah, I gotta agree there with the Jiang Peng jam, especially because if you put in so many blinds, are you getting called by worse? I mean, it's ace-jack, just flicking in the 25 bigs. Don't see it happening, so slight misstep there. And you know what? The brain does do crazy things. 6 hours into day 2, you just see a premium. You want to make it, maybe just pick up the blinds. You know, you never know the level of inertia, exhaustion that you're dealing with, and therein lies the difficulty of tournament poker. So really great lessons, and hopefully one of the advantages of watching streaming, watching some of the coverage, not just seeing the amazing plays, but more importantly, some of the pitfalls.
Hijack now. Dong Xu Chen with the ace jack.
Yeah, let's get it in. We've been disciplined in previous spots. They'd have to fold the pocket 8s that we were discussing. Now happy to get in 11 bigs.
Now Shikai here with the 2 picture cards, but probably not enough to warrant a call. Does ask for a count. Just a tad too much.
Let's get that TV time. Oh, King Queen though. King Queen and 1.3 million in the stack.
No, it's a bit different now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're flipping enough and dominating some of those Queen Jack suited. King Jack jams. Does make a call. Dong is going to be happy looking at the King Queen, because the 8 deuce will be getting out of the way. So great opportunity for Dong to come right back into this tournament. 382 in the middle. That's 28 bigs.
Yeah, Ling Tao with a good call there. There's a lot of, possibly King X hands, King 9, King comes to mind, King 10 and King Jack that the player would shove there. So he has those hands dominated. Not a bad spot to be in with the King Queen versus Ace Jack, but this flop does allow Dong Shuchen to pull ahead.
Locks it up. 382. Pardon me, that's going to be about 24 bigs. 24 bigs is quite pleasant all of a sudden after jamming 11. Yeah, there we see it. Still the shortest stack on the table, but kind of meaningless considering 24 bigs gives you a lot of room for comfort. So yeah, pretty high average on our table, I must say. Should have at least one new player, maybe 2 new players joining us. Over a 40 big blind average on our table. We've lost enough players in the tournament that lines are getting deeper. Did have a question in the chat from @MZA. Is Phil Ivey playing? I'm sure he's playing somewhere in the world. Usually a good bet to say that he is. If not poker, then golf. I watched this Ivy interview the other day, and he casually mentioned how he was playing golf and he didn't realize that he was playing for 450k a hole.
What? So what did he agree to that made him not realize that's what he was doing?
Yeah, it's one thing to play, but to say that I didn't realize that he was playing $450,000 a hole in terms of the prop bet. It's one of those many Ivy stories that is hard to even believe, but you add enough of them up and it creates quite a picture of a man. Did you ever read this book, The Banker, the Professor, and the Poker King, about one of the epic sagas in the poker world back in the 90s and early 2000s, before the moneymaker boom? Was this banker named Andy Beal who came to Vegas and played really high stakes limit
I've
hold'em.
heard of that name.
Yeah, so he started taking on all the poker pros in Vegas, which used to be a much smaller population, and did not have as much money as you would imagine, because poker was a much smaller pursuit then. And yeah, Andy Beal was a billionaire, and he realized his edge was to get the pros to sweat about the size of the game. So long story short, in fact, a full book story short,
Yeah.
eventually the game was playing 50,000, 100,000 limit poker. Small blind 50,000 USD,
Yeah,
big
yeah.
blind 100,000 USD.
Yeah.
And they would have swings of like 5 million.
Yeah.
So over the course of like 10 years, sometimes the billionaire would come, lose 5 million and be like, I'm never coming back again. Sometimes he'd come and basically wipe out all the Vegas poker pros who would pool their money together, because it's such a high EV spot. A non-professional wanting to play you for high stakes. So they would pool their money together. And then there's this saga of like ups and downs over the course of a decade. And finally, in comes Phil Ivey, at the time still in his mid-20s, flown in to play on behalf of what the poker players were calling themselves a corporation, and beat Andy Beal for about 15 million.
Wow. Because maybe he already, from a very early age, didn't treat poker having that monetary value attached to it.
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I mean? Like, it didn't affect him like it did with other people. So he just played it at face value of just, the strategy, the cards, and if he could be ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the banker, Andy Beal, who went on to be quite involved with the poker world in the form of these heads-up matches. He did some with Todd Brunson as well over the course of the 2000s. But he was trying to exert this edge, right? You'll sweat with every chip you put into the pot. And I guess Phil Ivey just didn't have that sensitivity.
Right. Thus not realizing you're playing 450k a hole.
What's the highest limit game you think you've played? I think 5-10 for me, 10-20 maybe. Like, limit is spread quite
I
rarely.
think it would have
maybe
been
20-40 at the most.
It would have been on Paradise Poker, 20-40, I think.
20-40?
Yeah, but that was like the first 3 weeks of me learning the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was any two suited cards, and I kind of felt like it was easier to hit a flush on that side, so I just play any two suited cards.
It was easier to hit a flush
yeah.
party poker, isn't
Correct. And then I think I was up like 10k after 3 weeks playing ridiculous, just limit hold'em, and yeah, I guess never looked back.
Now imagine if it was 1,000 times the blinds. Good to hear some laughs at the table. That being said, Huang, who has joined our table with a tiny, tiny stack, will need something to laugh about relatively quickly. Field down to 40, so we're on that pay jump. Really have to express to those of you who haven't had the privilege, what it's like to be deep in a tournament. We're 40 out of 968, so very much in the top 5% of the field. When you're in, let's say, Shen Yunchao's shoes with over 100 bigs, I feel like, the dream just starts feeling real, and this is actually one of those feelings you need to preserve yourself from, isn't it? Where you're chip leading on the table, there's 40 left, things are going pretty well for you. You almost have to stop yourself from imagining yourself winning, right? There's still a long way to go.
It's a very long way to go. It's great to have a chip lead on the table, but as like we've seen, that can change really, really quickly. A lot of times, you flip bad. 3 times, you're out of the tournament. And it could be like flips where like a short stack just get there, 15, 20 big blinds in. Yeah, and before you know it, you're like, oh crap, I'm short now.
And you certainly feel compelled to take those flips as well, because after all, you're eyeing, the final table, winning the tournament. You get into this sort of spree of amassing chips. So yeah, maybe those marginal decisions, the ace jacks, the ace queens, the middling pairs, you call them off more freely, and before you know it, things have taken a turn for the worse. And then you have that feeling of being upstuck as well, which is to say, you had a lot of chips. Let's say you get down from 100 bigs to 50 bigs. 50 bigs is still a lot, but you start feeling like you're down somehow, and then playing not as well as you were a moment ago. So take note, the blinds have gone up 10k, 20k. Sort of a small jump. Shen stack slightly shallower at 80 bigs, but perhaps more importantly, the short stack now will further feel the pinch. Just 4 bigs for Huang. Level jump also means 1 more hour with these folks. We'll keep switching feature tables all the way till the end of coverage. Yeah, and this is one of those moments where I really would pay attention to the money jump because Huang is down to 4 bigs. And as per the counter, it says 40 remaining. So we're on a pay ladder right now. Did observe this on the previous feature table as well.
第一组4点钟，就反正买入的时候我只有3个币片，然后长期没买入，一路杀。
Shikai here, raising it to 45k with the 8-7 of clubs. Hijack, Wang Yilun finds pocket sixes. Opts to call.
Ace 5-9. Ace quite representable from the +1 open. Gut shot and the backdoor clubs, maybe just enough equity. Yeah, this is not really a semi-bluff, but more of a bluff with some equity. Pocket sixes are facing 2 overcards, including the scary one of the ace. Yeah, we're just going to let it go. Power of aggression and the bigger stack at this stage. Slow and steady chip up for this man, making it look relatively easy. Huang Shijie here, 4 bigs with the king 10. That is
surprising, right? Like, what are you hoping to pick up? Aces, kings? You know, I don't know. I think king 10 is very much a shove there.
You know what, Selena? I think it might be
Money
because we're
jump?
on the money jump, yeah.
And I guess that's why he's look at the clock, isn't it?
So, what do you think of that fold? I mean, yes, the money jump is obviously each of them more and more considerable. This one is about 900 USD, nearly a full buy-in. But are you getting a better spot than king 10 with the chance to pick up 2.5 bigs in the middle? And you do have a little bit of fold equity, I would argue. 4.1 bigs, you know. The big blind would still need to call off 3 bigs. Maybe the 6-4 suited was coming along, and you do see the 2 hearts on the board with the 10. Who knows what could have been, but yeah, looks like the counter up top must be correct. That would explain Huang's fold.
Bottom pair, 8-7. Shen Yingchao is gonna bet 35k. Sun Jianfeng is not going anywhere with his 6-4 of hearts on that board. Not the red card he's looking for. Out of position. He's going with the check.
是的，可以不看牌了。
Shen Yingtao.
对呀、对，主要是我4个 BB， 约等于
有空间，有空间，4个 BB 还有空间，
还有空间 ，GTO 还有空间，还有能破的牌，比如我刚刚拿的那几个，4个 BB 还有空间。在直播上秀微操。
He's gonna continue betting with that bottom pair, putting his opponent possibly on a weak tear maybe, or possible flush draw, which is exactly what his opponent has at this point.
300万了，你看。
Quite some commotion in the back.
哎，那就是掉了吧？
Really not sure where that came from.
300万不就合体？
Checking which events are on, but maybe a huge beat of some sort on one of the outer tables.
你看一看，看一看。
Shen Yingtao chip leader at the table with 89 bigs at this point in time, 1.8 million in chips, and Huang Shijie still the shortest stack, 4.1.
我可以 link， 等下来表演一个 link 货，在直播间。
掉了，跳字了。
跳了。好了，可以安心 all in 了。刚那把本来按道理是要出发的，我就是
你看聊聊天，是不是空间就来了？
刚那个牌，哎呀，正常200%要出发的，主要不甘心这一个人。
And you just knew after that King 10 fold that King 10 would somehow make a strong hand. They'd have 2 pairs.
Talk about strong hands. Liang Ruiming here. Pocket queens.
你不一定以前是对的呀。
Ace-10 now for Huang. Has the counter updated? Yeah, looks like we're down to 39 or less because he's getting it in there. Not the worst outcome, I guess, to be up against queens. Not ideal, certainly, but can't hope for the ace.
我今天也没跑输过，我跑了大概有5、6把吧，但愿吧。这个不能再。
今天跑了7次马。
这个再负变形太多了。
Need some help here. 214 in the middle.
哇，你个乖乖，那就没了。
详细自己转一下，顶顶有财，
那没了，可以安心下桌，好吧？跳跃了就。
Ace, right on the flop.
这么吓人的吗？
那今天晚饭要请我吃了。
Chop outs for 5.
应该是个6。
Queen for the win.
It
is a 5.
Oh no! Ace does not want to see that river.
也好，活着也好，
硬活。
You know, a little bit extra added to his stack of 107k now, 5.4 big blinds. Not the river you want to see, especially, you know, you're celebrating a double up at that point.
Yeah, but if we zoom out, you know, we're still in the tournament. We got lucky with the ace, so it's almost like you're giving some of your fortune back.
你这个还是有用的。太有用了，能评分不错。
我今天跑了7次嘛，没输过。
我也是第7次了，好像。
今天我是从5个 BB 跑起来，昨天从3个 BB 跑起来。
我也是差不多。我刚一直是5个 BB、10个 BB，
大地之资了也。
不是这个开个 open 这么大的吗？我还以为没有很大呢，我还以为我领先。对呀，我想。
So we're playing 8-handed tables, if I'm not mistaken,
不能再变形。
and
再变形。
looks like we're down to 5 tables. I always find this stage quite interesting when we get down to 4 tables. You know, in our case, it's going to be a feature table plus 3. All of a sudden, you have a good sense of what's happening in the whole tournament. You know, you can almost stand up and take a look at other short stacks to the extent you're short, make some decisions accordingly. I do think it changes the dynamic all of a sudden. You're not just playing your table anymore. You're truly playing the whole tournament, and you can also suddenly start imagining. You know, you look up, you take a look at, let's say, 36 other players. You're just like, okay, half of them make it to the next day, give or take. I can be part of that half. The main is obviously going to be the largest field that we have here at TLPT, so really do want to express what it can be like to run deep in a 1,000-person tournament. Which does beg the question, Selena, do you know offhand the largest tournament you've ever played in terms of field size? I guess the main.
The largest
WSOP main.
Yeah, by far, definitely.
That's got to be it.
Yeah, that has to be it.
No $200 millionaire maker with 30,000 entries.
No, nothing like that. I think I've only been out to the World Series twice anyway. Yeah. And then, like, after that experience, I don't think, I think I might have just gone out one other time after that, and that was it for me.
And what do you think in Asia? What might be the largest field size?
I think the Red Dragons did get up there at some point, maybe close to, maybe could be about 2,000, 1,800 is a chance. So something like that. Yeah, I mean, this one is pretty big, like almost 1,000 entrants. Yeah, that's not a bad turnout for sure.
难说，本来翻3倍，我再借给你一次，这次收费了。
就是能翻3倍是肯定要收费的，反正晚饭至少是收的。这个有一说一，晚饭至少。
It's also getting to the stage of the tournament where having this monster stack that Shen certainly does starts increasing in value. Now it's survival and maybe the milestone of making it the next day looming large. We can put a little bit more pressure, constantly asking the question, do you want to risk your tournament life? Well, top pair 9 kicker will certainly feel comfortable for the moment. And this is now one of those situations where I think Shen will be repping the hand that Wang has. Begins with the C-bet. Quick check call, it looks like.
再跳一局，好吧？ 再跳一局其实就几个人，39。
Now we're drawing dead with the King 9.
啊，8个。你淘汰我们8个。
我淘汰的前提是我先得翻2杯，然后还要跑人，翻完，比如说我要跑3次。
Some really happy players to be on this table still.
Why
All
not?
smiles, sit 1-3.
复刻历史的传说。
It's inspirational, really. If you made it to the top 4% of the field, you should just be smiling all the time.
我就喜欢游走在钢丝边缘。
我最不喜欢干的事情就是跑马。是。
Yeah, those two players just discussing how they've just been on the edge of death all day. Not busting a help, but just kind of like, just having to deal with a short stack.
Yeah, some days can be like that and are so challenging, and credit to both of them for managing to hang on.
当那个桌上好几个人100-200万的压力老大了，正在打几十，我正在笑哈哈的，他们都板着脸。说你们开个 open 比我的后手还深。
一个3B 要2条命了，他还能拿回去。
3B 的啊？我本来想说，还挺大。但是没有大到像 AK 这种程度嘛，所以我看看，你看1米5B jam 嘛，不然4B jam 嘛，就才我肯定很尴尬。
Well, he's going to have to let the 6 deuce go, which means on the very next hand, he's going to be putting in 40k out of his 107k without looking at his cards. Nearly commits him with any 2. Maybe he can fold the absolute bottom chunk part of the range.
操作空间硬是打出来。
没操作空间，下把没了呀，下把大门没操作空间。
RFI from the cutoff, and likely getting folded to the big blind.
对呀，所以啊，就没办法了。好起来了。那我7勾只能含内局。有需要的时候喊我。下一把就需要，大概率需要。
For those who do make it to the end of the day, Selena, what is the game plan in your expertise? You know, go to bed early, do some research, run some sims, work
Get
out
a good
the
night's
next day.
sleep is
Okay,
probably
sleep's-
really crucial. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, and also figure out who the other 15 people are.
Yeah, do research on all of them.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. You know, at least kind of figure out how capable they might be. But at the same time, you know, you told me some of the resume of the players on the table. And if I did my research,
You might get thrown off.
exactly, I would have believed that they had the goods. And more often than not, they didn't. Right? And that's one of those things. So sometimes maybe going in blind and expect every player to be capable of something is not a bad thing, you know? A lot of the times, the funny thing is, they could have a lot of hours at the poker table, a lot of experience, but as cash game players. And that's what I actually realized in Asia. Because everybody plays home games, they play cash games. They just don't play tournaments very often. So yes, you do not see a huge resume or Hender mob, but it doesn't mean that they actually have been at the poker table less than me, right? A lot of times they've actually put in way more hours than I have. They have a lot more experience maneuvering those 100 big blind, 200 big blind stacks than I do. So you can't discount a player who has no score next to their name or Hender mob.
Now, I heard you say something interesting in the booth where you were mentioning how it's much easier for a cash game player to become a tournament player than vice versa. So let's dig into that. Yes, 100 to 200 bigs is quite challenging. And then you need to learn the 10 to 20. Let me just pause there because we need to learn the 3 to 4 big strat here as well. Queen 4. I mentioned he'd be auto-committed barring the junk part of his range. This is not the junk part of his range, and he should be calling it off. Would be against King Deuce, and that's a great call there. He pieces it together, likely on the board, even though it's an ugly-looking holding. He's actually getting the right odds to try and spike. 40-60. This old 60-40, as you've been saying.
Always 60-40. You know, I've been told this in the interviews over and over again. Yeah, it's going to be a 60-40, so I'm just going to go with it.
Big, yeah, it's not over, though. Oh, now it is over. And a queen for the needle. So he very much gets the pay jump, as we do see the field on the top right to take down to 38, 37 now with this departure. Yeah, so back to it. You really think that 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 big blind ranges, and you know, there's unlimited depth to poker at pretty much any node. That's much easier for a cash game player to pick up than vice versa?
I do, because it's just that when you have those amount of big blinds, the options of what you get is more limited, right? With 100, 200 big blinds, you pretty much have to play out every street, and you can have way more options on these multiple streets of poker, right? You have 10 big blinds. I don't know how many streets you're going to be able to get in, right? And 20 big blinds, right? Like, so that's why, you know, there's a lot more pre-flop play. There's a lot more getting in on the flop, so forth. So then the decisions become a lot more straightforward. Now, when you talk about, say, somebody like a billionaire, that's where they have the edge in cash games, is because when that money doesn't mean very much to them and it means a lot to a poker pro, now the poker pro's decision making is going to get influenced by the money.
Yeah. Yeah. The game tree is just so much wider the more blinds you have, and I mean, just think about it, right? You can always represent the nuts and put your opponent to the test for a huge amount of blinds, and that does make things very challenging.
Under the gun +1, Sun Jianfen here picks up 7s, raising it to 40k. Ling Tao, one of our chip leaders on this table, has 9s, flat course in position. Queen Jack 4 board.
Should mention as we do check the option, I suppose, to Lin, that yesterday we saw a very deep stacked final table, 50 to 80 bigs when we were three-handed, slowly inching our way down to about 40 bigs average. So yeah, those skills can come in handy even in a tournament. Meanwhile, we've bet with the worst hand. Two overs for Lin. Some backdoors, though, could keep him interested. And the advantage of position. Let's it go.
Yeah, and then there's this other thing is that, for example, you play these, big cash games. You sit down, say, for example, you've got 100K, okay? You double up. You win this great pot, massive pot against, the rich guy on the table. Now you have 200K, okay? It's so easy for him to just say, oh, let me buy in for a little bit more, right? Have you covered, all right? The next time you're up against him, is he really going to be drawing dead? I mean, a lot of times you don't. A lot of times that, there is spots like 60-40, so forth, post-flop. Somebody's going to be able to draw. It's so rare for them to be drawing dead. And then you lose your stack of 200K. So you're not just down the money that you've won, but now you're also down your initial deposit, right? So that could hurt a seasoned pro very much so. But for the guy, who's rich, it's shits and giggles for him.
Yeah, it's almost like you can do that martingale strategy people talk about in roulette, where you can just double every bet, except against somebody who can't afford to keep taking the hits. So
right. So did you know that was how short deck was invented? Because the guy, the really rich billionaire, whatever it might be, he was down so much money, and he got so sick and tired of playing with a full deck because you can't make a lot of good hands he's just an action junkie, right? So he just came up with the idea of chucking out all the small cards and leaving the rest of the deck, right? So that you create more action, and that was how short deck came about. It was like a Chinese businessman, from what I heard.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
that's wild.
And you see more, every single game that gets invented now, it's just all about the action, right? You have Squid, you have 5-card Omaha, you have 6-card Omaha.
Oh yeah, I've heard of 7 as well, by the way. 7-card Omaha. Five-card Omaha, 6-card Omaha, and short deck. They've evolved into very real, widely played formats, including online.
Yeah, and where did you think they come from? They actually was just made up. Right? These games are just made up, and there are times where people are like, oh yeah, let's just do this, right? Somebody comes up with an idea and bang, a new game's invented.
It's like a home game twist that basically became global. Have you played any short deck?
Oh, if I have, it might have been a small tournament somewhere.
It really throws you off because I play a decent amount of mixed games for fun. But the fact that short deck is played just like Hold'em, I mean, obviously it is Hold'em.
Yeah.
It just triggers that part in your brain that makes you forget about the adapted rules, right? You look down at something like, let's just say, Ace 9, and you think it's somewhat valuable. No, it's just rags.
It's just rags. It's like Omaha, right? You have the nuts, but then yet you don't have the redraw to the nuts. And then are you supposed to call it off now to someone who does, right? But technically, you're kind of having to fold the nuts because you don't have the redraw now.
You're supposed to fold the nuts sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you might actually not have the most equity with the nuts. If it's something like Jack 8-7 and you have 10-9 and you don't have the flush draw, you don't have
like
blockers.
better draw, straight draw, and so.
Yeah, better straight draw. Yeah, the straight redraw, and it's important to even block something like the 8 and the 7 so that top set can't make boats as easily. So yeah, I've seen equity calculators where you're looking at 70-30, where you have 30 with the nuts.
With the nuts. Yeah, how crazy is that? And can you imagine telling someone to fold that after they're being like a Hold'em player all their life and just tried Omaha?
When I first learned PLO, I read a bunch of books on it. This was sort of the book era of poker. And I just got so paranoid about, with 4 cards, your opponent always having it, that when I was playing in my local casino, I had ace-queen on an ace-queen-queen board. And this guy raises on the river, and I'm like, this is Omaha. He has aces. I read the books. I've showcased the discipline, and I fold. And I show him and fold. Now, he doesn't show me. Because I think he's just like, you don't show the fish, I guess. I don't know. So he's like, yeah, good fold, okay? Now the next day, I come back to the same card room, and that guy isn't there. But somebody goes like, hey, aren't you the guy who incorrectly folded ace-queen yesterday? It's like, oh no. The word has spread. Since you mentioned 5-card PLO, one of my favorite variations, and it's actually decently popular in both cash and tournaments, is Big O, if you've ever heard of that. Big O is 5-card PLO, and it's played both high and low.
Oh, okay.
So PLO high-low with 5 cards,
yeah,
and then no limit.
Oh, wow.
As opposed to pot limit.
That sounds like some crazy action game.
About a level and a half in with this lot. Certainly has been splashy. The short stacks somewhat managing to survive. Did lose a couple of players though. No coolers or anything, which is mostly how we like it. Did see the ace-queen-king situation. And now 34 remaining, so 2 away from being down to 4 tables. Also do suspect there will be a chance for maybe a redraw on the 24-player mark. We'll double check that. So we seem to be halving the field every couple of levels. But I do maintain that things get a little more intense as we make our way to the milestone of the day. So do you believe in day 3 equity? Obviously the pay jumps are non-standard. It's an arbitrary stopping point. It's not the final table. But do you think there's something to surviving to the next day, to actually bagging and tagging, that maybe has to be taken into consideration beyond just the pay ladders, the ICM, sort of like an extra ICM?
I do find that if I'm on table that's pretty tough, and I manage to just hopefully survive to day 3 and I get a new table draw.
That's big.
Yeah, I feel like, it does change things a lot. Sometimes it's just really like the momentum and so forth as well, because it's like, when you start to get tired, you start to get hungry as the day go on, you get to a point where you play your hand way more straightforward compared to where you're fresh off the next day, and you're able to be much more clearer. You're able to think things through a lot better. There are times where like it makes sense to just make it through to day 3, to come back and have that fresh start, with a clear mind. I think that's very important.
But to that point, I also wonder if there's some players who are kind of better at finding that late surge of energy or clarity and taking advantage of the fact that the rest of the field may be respecting the day 3 bubble, even though it's a fake bubble, and really try to build their stack using that edge. I do value the intangibles a little bit as well, You'll feel good going to sleep. You'll have the optimism of still being in the tournament. You have the Instagram equity, you know, take a picture of the bag. Tell all your fans and followers you're still in with a shot. Maybe backers. Certainly with this event, being live for a 220,000 payout is one to celebrate. Early on in my tournament career, I kind of really liked sort of the identity that it gave me. The self-identity as somebody who was just used to running deep. Like, I wanted to just get used to making it to the next day, not feel like it's something that I'm scraping into. Two bluff attempts so far, and it's built quite a pot. Lin Tao has been considerably pushing his chip advantage all across this feature table coverage. And have we taken it too far? Small versus big. Pretty pure river for Shi. Oh, we block bet it. Really small block bet. May have given one of the few openings for Lin to somehow win this hand. If she was in check call mode, maybe Lin has no way to win this hand. But now facing this block bet, yeah, look at this. He's burning a time bank to think about it. Oh my word, we're going for it. We've grabbed 25k chips. There we have it. Oh, looks like it's been snap called. Wait just a second.
Did he just call with the 9-8?
No, the graphics just adjusted.
Right, so he raised it to 150 and then got snap called by
He got
Shikai.
snap called, which is why the graphics didn't adjust, because he snap called it. Wow, we managed to extract with the queen 9. So once again, it went check call, which make a lot of sense on the queen 3 board, queen 3-3. And then the block bet on the river gets raised, and Shikai understanding that block bets do get raised light sometimes. So Lin has to show down the 9-8 to the table.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for his image. But, you know, at times you can use that to your advantage if you do have a strong hand and you make the same play. And it could get paid off.
If you had to choose, what kind of image would you rather have on the table? Which would you be able to use more to your advantage?
I feel like I prefer for players to fold.
Okay, so you would want yourself to be perceived as tight.
Correct.
I think mathematically that's the right idea. It's just harder to have value. It's hard to make a hand. A lot of equity in poker comes from getting people to fold a better hand.
Shikai dealer butter raise it to 45k with a hand like Queen Deuce offsuit. Now Lin Tao small blind pocket fours.
Maybe pouncing on the fact that Lin Tao will be a bit gun shy after losing that pot to Shi. Also in the small blind. Pocket fours comes along, and King Deuce does as well. Queen Deuce in real rough shape. Ace Jack 5. No player with an ace. This guy acts quickly. Snap call the block bet. Quickly continuation betting on the ace high board. Not worried about the 2 spades or one of these 2 blinds having an ace. And looks like it's just going to work out like a charm.
That's how you do it with Queen Deuce offsuit.
First picks up a huge pot with the Queen 9. Now steals one with the C bet with Queen Deuce. Watch out. for Shikai. 71 big blinds, 1.4 million.
你420吧，看一下。是的，420。
I'm looking around at what's visible of the floor and the media section where we're located, and it strikes me that the live reporters are not at their desks, which means they're hard at work, which means I can go on So Much Poker and check the live reports for today. It would be great to get a glimpse of what's been happening.
Dinner break, is it? Right, the players. I heard an announcement that the main event players have gone on dinner break.
Yeah, so we're about 20 minutes away in our stream, that is, with a 30-minute delay from the break, and it's going to be the long one. Yeah, so the long break, which gives the live reporters a chance to count stacks, tells us that we have a chip leader in the tournament. And get this, Selena, take a look at the name up top.
Oh, that is the Night of Suit Girl.
The star of the stream.
And it's even more so, you know, she might be full of like even more kind of her bluffs if people haven't really caught on to the stream and saw what she was doing, you know, and the way she plays, it's hard, and she's got a great poker face too. Like, you really can't predict what she's doing. So kudos to her. That's awesome.
Well, her frequent interlocutor is not too far behind. Lee Songlin, 1.55 million. I suppose a little bit far behind. That is a huge chip lead.
So does she have any scores to her name?
Yeah, great question. Certainly would expect so, but as you've mentioned, we could be surprised. Amazingly, barring any spelling mistakes, I'm not even seeing a handed mob.
So just nothing.
Nothing on Google, which is quite amazing.
All right, so could very well be her first tournament score ever.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to get back on that. Certainly not seeing anything online. Does play with the free spirit of somebody who may be slightly newer to the game, as you were saying, Selena. Those moves she pulled, you said you could only pull in your first 3 to 6 months of poker.
Oh, for sure.
This is why I love day 2 coverage. Over the course of the day, we would have seen multiple cohorts, and many of these likely to make it all the way to the final table. Now, you do raise a great point. You think she is one of those players who truly is disadvantaged by being on the streaming table?
Yeah, I do. I think that, like, you know, when the players see what she does, they're just going to be able to call her down a little bit lighter and so forth, and that's not going to be in her favor because, yeah, more likely than not, she does have almost air in the hands that she's played rather than, you know, made hand. And yeah, the players have been folding the best hand to her.
Unlucky river for the pocket eights here in a huge pot. Looks like we're comfortably looking to value bet this. Time bank for now. We're going half pot, which is all but 59k on wax chips. And this is so tough. Backdoor diamonds have come in. The king, not a great card, and certainly in line with the UTG range. It's just tough because you don't want to be bullied. He does block a diamond.
Yeah, really annoying spot. So DJ Washburn was telling me that if you play the main event, you get a free entry into the satellite.
That is true. You know, I did see this on the schedule. I didn't want to hype it because I just wasn't sure of the mechanics. But I do believe that's true, along with the fact that for every first timer to TLPT, there was actually a free main event satellite as well.
Oh, okay, I see. So then I heard that 3 high roller seats was taken out of prize pool from the main and put into the satellite, and then that's why everybody who registered for the main event get to play the satellite for free.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, so they've converted some of the seats into a satellite.
Yeah, because I
maybe.
think that's what you read, right? I think you were reading a little
3
bit.
seats.
3 seats, yeah. And I was like, oh, how do they draw that, right? So that's essentially what was being done.
I see. That's also cool.
This core is going to cost 1 yuan and so much of his stack. Okay, he find the fold here.
He's burning his time banks, and it's the right time for it. Certainly don't want to call this off without giving it a think. He'd be left with just 3 bigs. Oh my goodness.
No, he does make the call, and that leaves him with only 3 big blinds behind to see that bad news of him getting rivered. That sends Shen Yingchao to 2.4 million chips. Massive.
Tournament chip leader. Based on the live reports at least. It's just so unfortunate. Just to recap the action there. 7-3 deuce board and the pocket 8s check raise. Get floated by the king jack on the 7-3 deuce. Comes a 7 on the turn. Another bet for value correctly. And actually, we do listen to him complain a bit. Yeah, some of the floats were quite out of line, I must say. Man, you can really feel the pain, and I do get it.
那可能没中 K 的话，可能会推你了。如果没中的话，河牌就会推你了。啊，不然拿勾 K 又没有后面花，没有后面顺，只要没出勾和 K， 可能就直接推你了。
He had his opponent right where he wanted him. And maybe to some extent, thinking about that call on the river, just understood that he was being floated. Did not believe the backdoor diamonds, did not believe the king, but just maybe. You know, hand like ace queen, ace jack was doing the same thing as what Shin did, and a bit of frustration to jam the king deuce, but it's actually correct. With just the blinds to call, 6 bigs would be in the middle to the extent we do see a call. I'm sure he'd take the fold as well from Shen. No doubt his nemesis. He does get the fold. Much better result. You'd rather get to 5.5 bigs without any risk. Still reeling, no doubt, from that king on the river. Why? It makes you wonder. Why must the poker gods do this to me? Well, we have to keep our head in the game. For now, it's going to be the pocket nines getting involved, no doubt, with Lin Tao's open from the hijack. Queen Jack suited. A touch over 2x. We're bumping things up. Each orange chip worth 25k. There's the small C bet, or pardon me, the small 3-bet sizing we've been talking about. Don't need to go too big at this stage of the tournament. Do want to preserve stacks. That being said, in this case, the sizing is quite beneficial to Lin Tao because Queen Jack suited all of a sudden seems like a hand that you can peel. It is possible to just smash the flop and to know when you're likely to be het, even if you're up against the dreaded overpair, maybe some dominating holdings. Wow, Lin Tao with the discipline. That is actually not an easy fold. It is so tempting to click call, convince yourself that you'll only proceed if you flop a monster. But Lin knows, with no doubt, years of experience, that these are the hands that can get you into trouble. You flop a jack, you flop a queen against an overpair, you feel committed, and you lose half your stack. Very impressive. Each feature table has just been so impressive in its own way. Some of the absolute wild moves of the previous one. Relentless aggression seems to be the theme of the series so far, frankly, based on the coverage.
那个河牌没出过河，可以是不是准备推二那个？啊。
34 remaining in the field as per the counter up top. Wonder how many make it to the dinner break. Should be any moment now. Maybe 10 minutes or so. Let's just say a few hands. Sort of a similar chance to reset as the end of the day we were mentioning earlier, in the sense that you can't really come up with a strategy. You can also do a lot more research, especially if you're on a feature, or if you are playing with somebody who was on a feature table. Or you can also just truly take a break. Just tune out, get some food, get some caffeine if that's what you need to make sure that the A game is at least within sight for the remainder of the day, because this is where the pedal needs to hit the metal. Every decision potentially worth 220K. Sun Jianfeng, hand and mob wise, maybe one of the most accomplished players at the table. Mainstay in the Asian circuit, decides to steal from the small off a shorter stack. Not worried about the monster stack. Goes to show he has a lot of practice in the small versus big streets. Jack 6 of clubs is actually quite a standard candidate to limp, but he's mixing in some raises. Part of a much broader strategy, no doubt. Not worried about being 3-bet too often, which is the real adjustment that he's making. This is what the decisions amount to. Each of these pickups worth 2.5 bigs. You know, how often are you just limping in that spot? But if you've been paying attention to the frequency with which your opponent is 3-betting in the big blind, you turn that into a guaranteed 2.5 BB pickup. We've gotten in the 5 big blinds and change with Jack 9 off. As usual, the under the gun jamming range is quite light because of the big blind and the big blind anti-burden coming up on the next hand. So the King Queen puts it together, does make the call with way the best of it. The old 60-40, 63-37 to be precise. And 2-1 is a fair advantage as we head to this board. Wang Yulin at risk after a frustrating hand, and the King Queen has just flopped the world. 5 outs, 1 card to come, and the club means the check mark and elimination for Wang. Really unfortunate. That brutal river understandably rattling, and with that we're down to 33. Just take a moment to observe that with the blinds at 10,000, 20,000, there's 50,000 in the middle to try and steal. Well over a starting stack. Each pickup can feel so crucial. For instance, a stack like Sun's 423k. Nothing you can do with the 6-2s for now. Maybe tanking a bit to run down the clock as we're heading towards the break.
但是我没看过他拍的电影，不知道是那个节目应该比较火，我们湖南卫视那个《爸爸去哪儿》现在综艺拍综艺，对综艺啊，电影还是有几部的，我是没看的，网络电影。
We're trying to steal from the small Lin Tao after taking the big dent. Maybe wanting a clawback too desperately. And Liang has woken up with the ace king. Yeah, we're just jamming it in. 27 bigs. The small blind range, barring the jack six of clubs that we just saw, but in general, in theory, is quite polarized. So your opponent is actually saying that they have either a very small hand like the one we saw, very weak, 4-3 off, jack deuce, 8-3 and so on, or a very strong hand. So when you have ace king, the weak hands will fold to any sizing anyway, so you might as well go all in. The stronger part of the range will include a lot of dominated holdings. Really well played by both. Fair enough to try and steal from the small as well. Ace-6 suited, 10 bigs. Once again, we're UTG. Quite likely to get this in. Really eyeing the clock and folding. Good reminder once again for me to double check. What the pay jump situation is like. Yeah, we do have a pay jump at 31. And this time it's a full buy-in, going from 6,200 to 7,300 USD. And I think it does make the ace-6 of spades marginal UTG, because we have over 10 bigs. Although that number will get scrunched after the dinner break. Yeah, there you hear it. I think we just wanted to get to the break. Dong, Shu Cheng will end this level at 10 BBs. We'll get down a little bit shallower as the blinds do go up. But we've hit the dinner break. We will be bringing a different set of players to the feature table. But this is going to be a long one. We hope you stick with us as you yourself perhaps get dinner or a beverage of some sort. We're going to close day 2 out all the way down to 16 players. Stick with us here at the Lord Poker Tour Main Event Day 2. See you after the break.